Except for the comments? Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, just tell them you want to call. It's priceless. I was. Yes. Yeah, I know. Outreach, yeah, I know. Right. I didn't hear anything. Yeah, right, that's right. That's right. No, I didn't guys. They're already passed it through.
We'll get started in just a minute. I'm following that clock there. Every clock in this room has a different time.
I was gonna say, that was 2 minutes slow.
Yeah. Okay, good evening. Welcome to the Town of Redington Shores Board of Commissioners regular meeting. Today's Wednesday, November 20th. The time is 6 p.m. and I'll call the meeting to order. If everyone can please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Clerk Carey. Could you do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner White?
Present.
Commissioner Capper?
Here.
Commissioner Schutz?
Here.
Vice Mayor Nakata?
Here.
Mayor Hendrickson?
Here.
Also in attendance, Attorney Eschenfelder, Administrator McLaughlin, Lieutenant Doherty, Captain Holroyd, Chief Moraletti, Chief Shovel, Public Works Supervisor Pafumi, Deputy Clerk Patterson, Building Officials Hudson and Peebles.
Thank you, Clerk Carey. Before we get started, I just want to let all of our audience know that there will be an opportunity to speak after every agenda item. On the table in the back for this meeting, for our regular meeting, there are blue cards. If you could please fill this blue card out with your intent to speak and hand it to the clerk. Also, if you're staying for the workshop meeting, which is immediately following the regular meeting, you'll see a white sheet. Again, if you could please follow the same order, fill it out if you intend to speak and turn it in to the clerk. If you decide during any course of the meeting that you want to speak, if you could please just grab a card and give it to the clerk and she'll make sure that you're recognized. If there's anyone seated in the overflow room and you want your comment read aloud, please complete the cards and hand to the staff member that is in the back. That's Susie back there. Okay. And the time limit for public comments is 3 minutes. So with that, we'll start on our agenda, and the first item on the agenda is the consent. And I am looking to the commission for an approval of the minutes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes September the 4th, second budget special meeting September the 16th, regular meeting September the 11th, 2024, and the regular meeting October 29th, 2024.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion by the commission? Any discussion by the public in regards to the minutes on the consent agenda? Seeing no public comment, I'll close public comment and turn it over to Clerk Carey for a roll call.
Thank you. Commissioner White?
Yes.
Commissioner Capter?
Yes.
Commissioner Shute?
Yes.
Vice Mayor LaPata?
Yes.
Yes. All right, we'll kick it off with a presentation from Madeira Beach Fire Rescue, Deputy Chief Merletti.
Good evening. My report is very brief. Looks like from October 1st through today, we've run about 60 calls for service in Redington Shores. Most of them storm-related calls, being wires down, some gas leaks, and fire alarms. The other report item, apparently during the storms, we ran into some delays with the Redington station. We're back on track with that. Biltmore and Madeira Beach have agreed to contract language for the station. Right now, we're in the process of evaluating the guaranteed maximum price. They're estimating that to take about 90 days, and then we should be breaking ground. So that is all I have to report. Questions?
Thank you. Any questions amongst the commission? Okay. Thank you, Chief. Chief Schobel, Seminole Fire Rescue.
Good evening. Out of respect for everybody's time, I could be more brief. Yeah. I really don't want to repeat the same information. Obviously, we run calls together, cover the areas and so forth. We work together as a team. But just wish you all the best. Holiday coming up, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any questions for Chief Schobel?
No.
Thank you for being here and your collaboration with Madeira Beach.
You're welcome.
I'm going to look to Captain Leanne Holroyd for a police update, please.
Some of you may actually wonder why there are so many of us here, or there were so many, but Chief Swan's not here. It takes that many people. On his shoes, so, gotta know your boss, right? I'm gonna deliver some coins. It's time for our annual fundraiser again for Christmas Angels, and I know it's tough for everybody, but at least if we're able to help out some families, that's what the hope is. So I'm gonna deliver these, and you all can meet with the chief directly for, I guess, what your usual donation would be. Thank you. And then I'm also gonna tell you regarding
Thank you.
hurricane and the response from law enforcement as a whole. Saturday, just this past Saturday, we returned to our regular shift schedule and regular days off. And we had canceled all leave, and everyone worked 12 on, 12 off. But fortunately, the officers actually gave me a chance to have a little bit of a break as well. I can tell you that hurricanes, coming from these hurricanes, are very difficult for all of us, and it's a very long process. But being new to this area, I cannot get over how great this town has responded and how closely Indian Shores and Redington Shores have worked. It's just been a tremendous effort on everyone's part. Who did I miss? Did I miss you, sir?
Yes. No, I got one.
You did? And I'm even told to you, sir.
Oh, boy.
And Danny Doherty has some stats from the hurricane, some of the activity.
Good evening. Where would you like me to stand?
Wherever you feel comfortable, you can move the speaker to the side. So we are live streaming.
Okay.
So we want to be able to make sure that our folks at home can hear you.
Okay, my name is Danny Doherty, and from September 22nd, Indian Shores Police in Redington Shores made 13 arrests. We arrested 13 separate subjects. 9 different types of crimes, which stem from various drug-related crimes, loitering and prowling, burglary, residential burglary, suspended license, obstruction and resisting arrest without violence, disorderly intoxication, assault, probation violation, and battery. Uniquely with all those arrests, every single one of the suspects that were arrested were not from the beach communities. They range from the state of Arizona, Mississippi, Orlando, Lakeland, Fort Myers, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Largo, Seminole, and 5 of them were transient as well, homeless, not living in the area. And but we worked really hard, and I correlated to herding cats. Right when the hurricane hit in our preparation, we spent a lot of our time and resources on making sure people stayed out of the area. And they, as you well know, they came in, they were picking trash at the curbs continuously. And our philosophy is, if you don't live here, if you're not invited by the guests or by the homeowners, you need to leave. And we're pretty forceful on that. And we were somewhat successful, and those who didn't comply basically went to jail. That's about it.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Any
Okay.
discussion amongst the commission?
Well, thank you guys for everything that you did, and I know, yes,
Okay, now we're moving on to old business, and I have ordinance 2024-04. This is the town charter proposed amendment, second reading, and I'll turn it over to our town attorney, Eschenfelder, for a read.
I have to read this whole long title?
The whole thing.
Ordinance 2024-04, an ordinance of the town of Redington Shores, Florida, amending section 1 and section 3 of the town charter to confirm home rule authority and to confirm a commission manager form of government. Amending section 4 of the charter to remove outdated or preempted provisions related to commission powers and to clarify the commission may adopt property maintenance standards. Amending section 5 and section 6 of the charter to confirm commissioners may be removed for good cause and that commissioners receive stipends but not salaries. Amending section 8 of the charter to provide for election districts discouraging multiple commissioners from the same condo or homeowner association. Amending section 10 of the charter by relocating and clarifying procedures for the day new commissioners take office and frequency of commission meetings. Combining section 11 and section 16 of the charter entitled Commission Powers and Duties into one section 16 and clarifying the commission's authority and town clerk's role as records custodian. Amending section 17 of the charter to remove reference to the town clerk as the financial treasurer and relocating charter review commission procedures from section 16 to section 17 as a standalone topic. Repealing section 18 of the charter regarding the signing of paper checks by the clerk and amending section 19 of the charter to require warrants to be paid in a reasonable time and co-signed by an official appointed by the commission. Amending section 22, revenue bonds, to provide bonds shall be issued as provided for in state law. Amending section 28 of the charter to expressly reference Florida Ethics Code and to prevent contracting with the town manager or his or her spouse or business partner. Repealing section 32 of the charter, providing mayoral power to block budget amendments. Amending section 33 of the charter related to notices to recognize primacy of state law, removing or correcting provisions from section 9, nominations, section 14, ordinances, section 20, appointment of clerks and deputy clerks, section 27, commission powers, section 29, records custodian, and section 34, severability of the charter as outdated, redundant, or preempted by state law. Amending section 15, confining the mayor's authority. Repealing section 7, first commissioners, and section 35 of the charter, which address the town's first commissioners and the original charter's adoption. renumbering several charter sections to provide for a logical flow of topics, making related findings, providing for severability and an effective date, and the scheduling of a referendum date on which the town's qualified electors will vote on the amendment. Mayor?
Thank you. At this time, I'll turn it over to the commission for a motion.
Make a motion to accept ordinance number 2024-04.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second, and I'll open it up for discussion amongst the commission. Any further discussion?
Is this the same ordinance that we said we was gonna workshop on?
We did,
No,
No.
no, this is the,
Okay,
yeah,
this is a
the
total
one that-
different one,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, we did workshop this one.
yes.
Okay.
And we had our first read on August 14th, I believe.
It was September 11th commission meeting.
The September 11th commission meeting was the first one.
Yep. So, nobody else has anything they're gonna ask or?
Go ahead.
So I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but I'm going to not just repeat what I said in the Charter Review Committee meetings and in our workshop on this and at the September 11th Commission meeting. I really think that we should consider going with our town attorney's original selection, his recommendation that we have an optional form of government for our town. He made the recommendation. He said that, we could adopt an option to either have a town administrator or manager or not have one. And for some reason, we did not look at that as an option. I've heard from a lot of residents that they do not want to change our form of government. This is a major thing to take under. We only look at the charter every 10 years. It's been 12 years since we've actually reviewed the charter at this point. So I really think we should consider going with our town attorney's original recommendation of an option. I really want to understand why that was not ever presented to, in the original form, our Charter Review Committee. I don't know who can answer that. Mike, do you have any idea why that wasn't presented to our Charter Review Committee?
It was presented to the Charter Review Committee by Attorney Essenfeld at our first meeting.
In the original form?
Yes.
Okay. So the original form, as you wrote it, having an option,
Yes.
was presented?
Yes.
Okay.
At a subsequent meeting, the Charter Review Commission made the decision to go in a different direction.
Yep, I do remember that. I was at that meeting. And then I'm curious as to why I was the only commissioner who was not at the second meeting for the Charter Review Committee. Was there something that transpired that I wasn't aware of? Mike, did you invite people to the meeting? Did you reach out to commissioners individually and I did not get an invite to that?
Yes, I did reach out to individual commissioners about the issue. Given that you had made your position clear, how you felt about the particular topic in question, yes, I did reach out to individual commissioners to catch them up to date because it had been 180 degrees different other than everything that they discussed.
Okay, so you reached out to everyone except for me and you asked them to come and speak at the Charter Review Committee meeting?
I did not ask anyone to speak. I asked them to come and observe as citizens, as they had already been offered to do so by the town administrator, the town attorney.
Okay, so I just wanted to find out what had transpired there because I was the only one that didn't get an invite or a request to come to that meeting.
In your position was well noted
Okay.
as to what direction you wanted to go. I wanted
Okay.
the commission to hear when it transpired.
Okay, so I will stick with my original, what I've been saying all along. I think we should give the residents an option. This is a big deal. We're changing the form of government of our town. There's a lot of municipalities right now who are not happy having a manager form of government, as I understand from from some of the elected officials I've been talking to. So again, my recommendation is that we give the residents an option. If that's not obviously what anybody else wants to do, the next question I have is, what happened to the suggestion that was made to separate the first question? At the last meeting, we talked about separating home rule and the town administrator from the first question on the referendum. And someone was going to take that to ask, I guess, our attorney whether that's something that we can do or whether that's something that you recommend doing, because it doesn't seem like home rule and the town administrator have a lot to do with each other. So those are two very big deal topics, and it seems like they should be separate in the referendum. So I don't know if somebody can answer what happened with that initiative we had from the September 11th meeting.
If I'm recalling correctly, I believe Attorney Deo had to cover for Attorney Ashenfelder that night.
Yep.
And at the conclusion of that meeting, I believe he was going to be relaying the results of that meeting to Attorney Ashenfelder.
What was reported to me was that you raised the issue, the commission discussed the issue, and that the question was, can it be done? What was not reported to me was that the commission gave direction that it be done. And so I have subsequently told the commission, and I've told you separately, that it can be done. It could be done either way. It was drafted the way it was drafted because you already have
17 yeah.
questions.
There's a lot of questions, right.
Now you have 18 ballot
Right.
questions. And I'm just trying to be efficient, you know, the concept of home rule standing alone seems kind of dinky to be its own question, but it's totally up to these 5 people here. You can pass it as is, or you can pass it and instruct me to break the 2 of them up into 2 different questions.
And I don't think the direction was given. I'm not saying that. We actually just wanted to get your feedback on what your recommendation would be because you weren't here that night.
Yeah, and again, it's 6 of one, half dozen the other. If they were combined, because they're both combinable, we're limited to, each ballot question under statute is limited to 75 words. And so with all the rest of them, you know, I tried to pack in, you know, to describe to the voters what's going on with each one as they read their ballots. And so if you break it up, you know, that's 18 questions, not 17. And all the home rule is going to say is, do you want the charter to say home rule? So
It's just an important topic to people. When people hear home rule, it's an important topic. So that was, and then I know another resident had gotten up, and there's in the minutes that they agreed, but those are the comments I had.
Okay, what you're saying, CJ, is that in the last 12 years, we've been doing it that way, and I have no problem the way we've been doing it.
Well,
Yeah.
no, actually, we just got a town administrator
Yeah, I
in the
understand
last
that. Right, yeah,
administration,
yeah.
right?
Well, I had nothing to do with that, so I don't know that part.
But this will be changing what we've done. I mean, this is changing our form of government completely, and it's mandating
Right.
that we have to use a manager form of government moving forward.
And that's what we never had before, that's what I'm saying.
Correct.
Right.
But the original,
I have no problem with having a manager, city manager at all, okay? I think
Right.
we need it, okay? But I don't think we have to change it totally, you know?
so you would be preferential to the optional form of government.
Right.
I mean, I feel like we're kind of past this point of the discussion because the Charter Review Committee did their job. They had the meetings, they made a direction, we approved it, and so this is what we have to, for the second reading. You know, so we've been through all of these questions before. I'm not really sure why we're rehashing it again.
I'm good as it is. We hired we hired the administrator to do what he needs to do.
I
And
agree.
that's what was discussed.
And just to clarify, like I've said every time, this is nothing having to do with this particular administrator, this is nothing having to do with the role in general. This is saying that if a commission sometime in the next 10 years, because the charter isn't going to be changed again essentially until then, if they wanted to go back to the other form of government, we would be able to. And
So my position is that I feel it's in the town's best interest to formalize the commission manager form of government. And I've said that in all of the charter review committee meetings that I've gone through, said it in our first read on September 11th. It's beneficial for the residents. It offers a continuity of services. It's the most professional standard of government. If you look at the state of Florida, I believe the number was 4. There were only 4 jurisdictions that were a weak mayor form of government in which we are, or a commission mayor form of government, if you look at it that way. I think that the professional standard in government is to have a city manager commission form of government, and I stand by that. I feel it is time for our town to move forward, not backwards, or not stay the same doing what we've always done. I'd like to keep the momentum going. I believe that trained professionals in public administration bring a higher level of expertise and efficiency. I think that town managers have a longer tenure than elected officials, and they don't bring political agendas, as sometimes, I'm not referring to anybody on this dais, but as sometimes we see in politics where people run for election because they have personal political agendas. A town manager does not get involved with the political agendas. And I just think it's an efficient decision, and I think it's in the best interest of the town. It moves us forward, and I would vote to approve the amendments that were brought to us by the Charter Review Committee as they've been presented and approved in the first read. Any other discussion by the commission? Okay, I'm going to open it up for public comment. So at this time, we will open up public comment for discussion on ordinance 2024-04. And I would ask, I know we have a couple of charter review committee members here in the audience. I'd like to acknowledge Maria Paulina, she was on the committee, Christy Herrig, Ginger McQuigg, Lisa Foster, and also Jim Everett, who were on the charter review committee. So if there's anyone here that was on the committee that would like to come forward and speak before our public comments, I welcome. Okay, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Any public comment on ordinance 2024-04, town charter proposed amendments? Do you want to, you can give that to the clerk, and then come on up, Mr. Wood, and state your name and address. And you'll have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. My name is Chris Wood, 235 176 Terrace Drive E, Redington Shores. Upon this, my first thought is now the time to be changing our complete form of government in the midst of a massive disaster that is probably and should be priority number 1. And my next thought would be, as I know it, there's an election in March. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's what, 4 months away? And I'm not even sure if this could be tabled till then. It just feels like that might be the best avenue, being that there might be a whole bunch of new faces in the chairs. So just from that aspect, I would request to kind of table it, let the town recover. There's so many displaced people that I've seen faces not here that would normally be. So I just think that's kind of a proper avenue, and just the other things that are brought up. So not to state it's not the to be voted on, just now's not the time.
Thank you so much for your
Ta-da.
comments. Open it up for any further comments. No other comments. Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Any further discussion by the commission? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Clerk Carey for roll call.
Commissioner Hoyt,
No.
Commissioner Capper,
Yes.
Commissioner Shoes,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Licata,
Yes.
and Mayor Henderson.
Yes. Okay, under new business, we will go with item G1, the ratification of MOUs with Pinellas County for substantial damage inspections and assessments. And I will turn it over to Mike McLaughlin, our town administrator.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Please find attached, in this particular section, we have two memorandums of understanding or MOUs to discuss or for your ratification. So please find attached the MOUs between the Florida Department of Emergency Management, the town of Redington Shores, and Pinellas County dated November 5th, 2024, for the establishment of obligations and responsibilities of the parties under section 1206 of the Disaster Recovery Reform Act as it relates to federal declaration DR 4824-FL for Hurricane Helene and DR 4834-FL for Hurricane Milton. Both of these MOUs were signed and entered into by Town Administrator Mike McLaughlin on behalf of the town of Redington Shores and is presented for your ratification. And just for a little more information about that, this is what helped us to get onto the county projects for the assessment, for the inspectors, for the damage assessments, significant damage assessments, significant impact assessments for the storms, as well as the 3 additional permit techs that are hitting our office on Monday morning. And this enabled us to take advantage of securing those extra services so we can help the community get through this time recovering from these 2 storms. Thank you.
And can you also clarify, Redington Beach would have signed their own MOUs for this same service?
Correct.
They did.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, this time I'll open it up and look for a motion from the commission. Do we have a motion to approve the MOUs for the county?
I'll make a motion to ratify the MOUs with Pinellas County for substantial damage inspections and assessment data entry.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and second, and I'll open it up for discussion regarding the contracts for the MOU between the Florida Division of Emergency Management and Redington Shores and the county. Any discussion?
So I have a question. How do these relate to the interlocal agreement that was signed at the end of our meeting on 10/29 after that was brought by a resident to the attention of our clerk and then our town attorney and then signed by you? Because it sounded like the same thing when I was reading these, but then I saw that Mike actually signed these MOUs and that interlocal agreement was signed by the mayor. So, I don't know, Mike, is that something you can answer?
I was absent the 29th due to my father's death, so I can't really speak to that particular item. I'm not sure which MOU that you're speaking of.
That one was for the substantial damage inspections, if I recall.
And that's what these are. That's why I'm curious as to what these are, and these were signed by Mike, but that one was signed by you, so I don't know if, and that's an interlocal agreement and not an MOU. I don't know if, Rob?
Some
Yes.
just jog my memory. During this process, I believe there were actually 2 separate missions that were launched, much like we had to do for the sand removal work with the 2 separate state National Guard missions. So, because I remember speaking with our previous building official before he had gone out with his back injury, and there was a tremendous amount of delay in that first request. I'm believing this could have been team effort because it had to be a site commission generated for some logistical reason. That's the only thing I can think of.
So did we do an evaluation of these substantial damage assessments and inspections and whether we could handle them internally? And I ask because other municipalities have done a number of public meetings about these substantial damage inspections because these are very serious. They're impacting whether people are going to have to tear down their houses or not. So other municipalities have had multiple meetings looking at different options that they have under FEMA. Other municipalities have listened to, I watched at least an hour and a half of public comments about these two topics. And it just seems like these were signed by Mike and the residents didn't have any input. The commission hasn't had any input. I'm just trying to understand, why did we decide to let Pinellas County just do our substantial damage inspections without the local municipality having any part of that? Because other municipalities have decided not to do that.
Well, I think the building department, building officials, Hudson and Peoples could probably answer the technical side of things for that particular question. I can say for Redington Shores, that having once our previous building official went out with a back injury, we had a loan permit check.
Yep.
To help stand up the entire department, so we could get extra help in on an emergency basis with Safeville, which we'll discuss, more later. And without those resources, we'd be much further behind than we are now. We're just now getting our resources on the ground. So I can say with a good deal of confidence, although I don't have the expertise in the building official department, I can say with confidence that there is no way in the world that we've been able to get this help done. And the ratification process is how we handle these issues that an administrative executive has to sign in order to get the work done, and then you bring it back before the governing body for the ratification process, so that everybody, including citizens, are well aware exactly what's been done. So everything's done, and in the light, I'm not individually taking any more authority than I should have, to sign these particular documents. But the particular technical questions, as far as how the building officials feel we would have done without this assistance, I think they could probably answer that pretty clearly.
We would have been completely overwhelmed. I've been bringing staff in from all over the state. My understanding is that when Mr. Vasquez was injured, he had done 12 assessments.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt we're
Okay.
massively understaffed and
Yeah, and,
we need help, right?
I've been scrambling to get staff in. We've got some people here that are doing the follow-ups on the inspection. We've been trying to break it up so that we can actually get people handled. We can get them safe, secure, and sanitary. We can handle everybody with an equal hand. And we've been desperately trying to do that. I know you brought a couple people to me, and I believe I've
Yep.
responded to you.
No, you've been great, absolutely.
On everything that you've had. Without the help from the county, we would not be where we're at. I think there's that map. I'm going to talk about that map in a minute or two. That map says a lot. So that, well, if I could just leave it at that point and then bring it up later.
Okay, I've got a question. Okay, this is something that I've been getting several calls daily, okay? Pinellas County was out here, I believe, last week doing their inspections, walking the streets. I ran into the guys and I talked to them and asked them what they were doing. They told me. What I am told is we are waiting from a letter from the county, or FEMA, whoever, to get a building permit, and it's taking forever. And these poor people, they have no place to live, and I can't understand why the delay.
I'm planning on addressing that during my portion.
All right, thank you.
So that's, thank you.
So I think to get back on topic and address Commissioner Hoyt's question, Mike, for you, the question that I come to you with is the interlocal agreement that I signed in your absence, is it eliminated due to these MOUs, or does it go hand in hand? And if it does, I think that should have been put on the agenda tonight as well.
I can verify, double check.
Yeah, and I think our town attorney might want to comment on this, because you're the one who brought it forward.
So, if you recall, that evening, it was impressed that it was urgent to get it signed. So with my counsel, you signed it, but at that very moment, I also indicated that it needed to be put back on the agenda for ratification. So
Okay.
that communication might have been forgotten or whatever.
Okay.
But your next meeting, it will certainly, needs to be put back on the agenda for
Okay.
ratification.
Thank you for
And
clarifying.
whether it's somewhat mooted because of this or whatever, it's, you signed it, so it still needs to be ratified because
Okay.
it's out there in the ether.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll just ask the clerk if they could put that on the next agenda, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so we had a motion and a second on this item. We had some discussion. Any other discussion on these MOUs? Okay, at this point, I'm going to open it up for public comment. This is for item G1 for the ratification of the MOUs with the Florida Department of Emergency Management. Are you speaking on this MOU?
Yes, it
Okay.
just struck
Okay.
me that these are the people from Tidal Basin.
Yes, that is correct. So if you, can he just add this agenda item number to his blue card, since he already turned one in? So he doesn't have to fill out a whole nother one?
So this is something that I actually am extremely confident in.
Oh, I'm
Chris-
sorry,
oh,
can you, yeah, I'm sorry.
Chris Wood, 235 176 Terrace Drive.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to give a little bit of background on myself. I'm the Senior Vice President of a nationwide inspection company. We perform for all the major banks in the U.S. and nationally. I've been in a few court cases as a subject matter expert for banks and inspections dealing with budgets and, construction lending. So when I was notified that I got a knock on my door and 3 individuals were wearing these yellow vests and stating they were doing an inspection, and I'm assuming this is what we're talking about, that what they did was an inspection. They took a photo of my front door and said that they were going to submit the data. And I said, well, what data? You took a photo of my front door. They said that they would turn that in, so my substantial damage letter, actually they didn't state it, they pulled back a clipboard with a door hanger as their identification, that they were from Pinellas County. Being that this is my expertise in the field of an inspection, I immediately asked, well, how do you know if I have wood flooring or tile or anything? They just said, well, we just report the data. I said, do I have a big kitchen, small kitchen? This doesn't seem logical that you can come up with an estimate of damage to my home from my front door. They just said, we just turn in this data. And it took 3 of them to tell me that. I don't know if we're paying for that. I was kind of shocked. I offered my help in the beginning of this tragedy because of my experience in budgeting. I just find it to use this for individuals with no actual real data points. My assumption is, I'm running out of time, my assumption is they're going to use the FEMA Substantial Damage Estimator, which basically grabs preliminary data of square footage and other things you can find on the tax assessor's website. What I did find interesting when I was reading the user's manual, attorney may want to hear this. What I found extremely concerning was a statement in there, critical substantial damage range. Substantial damage determinations between 35% and 65% are the most critical, and these determinations are the ones most likely to be challenged by structure owners. Therefore, local officials may want to perform additional reviews of the field collected data, which I'm assuming is the photo of my front door, to ensure that the determinations are defensible. Well, that to me is a legal term. So even FEMA states that this program we've created has some flaws. So I'd just like to point that out. I was kind of blown away that this was how these are. I haven't seen mine. Not really that concerned about it. I'm assuming it will be drastically inflated because they have no clue what's going on in my house.
Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
comments. Do we have any additional comments regarding the MOUs for FDEM? Okay, you'll have to, yeah. That's okay. If you come to the podium, you can state your name, address for the record. You can turn in the blue card after you speak, just to keep the meeting moving, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Joseph Fuchs, and my property is 247, 176th Avenue East. And I find what the gentleman just said to be extremely important. My question is, what percentage of the houses have been evaluated using that process? Because nobody came to my house when I was there. So I did not enjoy that wonderful, informative data that they search for you. But what's the percentage that was done in that fashion, which is inexcusably bad?
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Fuchs. The staff has written down your question. If we don't answer it in our building department presentation tonight, the staff can circle back and get an answer to you directly. Just make sure you fill out the blue card and give it to the clerk, please. Any other public comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll turn it back over to the commission for final thoughts, and then we'll do a roll call.
What the gentleman's talking about on the guys coming to inspect, it's not only that, I'd say 50% of the houses on 174th and 174th Terrace nobody's home. So all they did is hang something on the doorknob, like he's saying.
No, they trespassed in the backyards, too.
Well,
Yeah.
they have done that.
Yeah.
They still didn't get in the house.
Right, they didn't go in the house. And I have had more residents reach out to me about exactly what Mr. Wood was saying. These people from the county, they don't necessarily identify themselves. They have the vests on and hard hats. I actually have a recording of them in my backyard, standing on my dock, taking pictures of my house and literally trespassing. So I feel like we really should have put something better together for the residents to help people understand what was going on. These folks were out looking at and evaluating damage to Mr. Wood's point. How are they doing this in the best interest of the residents? So I just feel like, right, I feel like
It's,
we've got to come up.
You would have to go through public comment, so come on up, you can put your name and address in the record.
Go to a card, then come back?
No, just speak first, and you
So
can
I'll
do
be
a
real
part
quick.
after
No,
the
to
fact.
CJ's point,
I need your name and address.
Tom
for the record.
McDermott, 246-176.
Thank you.
Yeah, initially these guys came through. They were very nice, wearing yellow vest. They're here to evaluate. Evaluate what? And I asked them, well, what do you want to do? Well, we're just trying to do evaluations for the storm damage for Pinellas County. And I said, are you here from the city? No, we're here from Pinellas County. So I let them come through, and they were taking a look, and they want to go see other people's property. I said, really don't want to do that. It's a little tough right now. So the other day, last week, this same group of people showed up, and they're walking the street. I said, what are you guys doing? We're just evaluating. Same group of people, same 3 people. So I asked them what they were doing. The next day, Red Cross shows up, and that's a whole other story, 6 to 8 weeks later. So I think we're all a little tired. We want some answers. People showing up with these vests, wanting to evaluate. I want an answer. I just want to follow the process, and we're all here to follow the process, and we want to get our homes back in order. So with that said, we really appreciate it. I'll fill out the cards, whatever I need to do, but it's just, you know, to Mr. Woods and everybody else here, it's just disheartening to see people walk around these communities and ask these questions, and then we have no idea who they are.
What they told me, I asked them what they were doing, and we're out to evaluate. And then, well, we don't know anything, we could put all this down, we take it back to the county and give it to the people that are smart to do something. That's the answer I got.
They told me Pinellas County, they're here evaluating, taking information to see how bad the storm damage is. So, you know, I just, you know, be transparent, be honest with us, let us know what's happening. If you're here from Pinellas, tell us you're from Pinellas.
Well, they did do that.
Well, we don't have no idea what they're doing. Either walking around, they're walking in backyard. To CJ's point, they want to go to my neighbor's. I said, do you really want to do that? And they're walking in his backyard. The poor guy's house is totaled. And they're walking around taking pictures. And I'm like, it's sort of not right, you know? It's not the right thing to do. You don't walk on someone's property taking pictures and in a very difficult time. And if they're here to do good, great, I understand it. But identify who you are, what you're trying to accomplish, and what the end point is. It's doing me no good to know that 3 people walking around taking pictures to get data for Pinellas County. I want to know what permits I can get, how I can get my, you know, property back. Not this. So I think we're all here to try to figure this out. We appreciate this, but we also want to understand why these people walk around our properties. And it just gets to a point of frustration when we're trying to follow the proper procedures and all these people are taking this data. And to Mr. Woods, I couldn't agree anymore. I mean, who are these guys to evaluate my property? So, do I fill out the card now? Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. I want to stay on task. We are here with a motion to approve the MOUs. The MOUs were for FDEM to be responsible for the completion of the substantial damage assessments. And that's the motion on the table. We have a full agenda tonight. There will be a lot of discussion about the building department, which is up next, and other relative things too. But to stay focused on the MOU, we understand, we recognize communication has been very crappy. You said it, and I don't disagree. We have shown our weaknesses, and we can only look, reflect, and get better. And we can only make the commitment to do that from there. We're all learning together. But I'd like to stay focused on the MOU that we have a motion for. Any further discussion on this agenda item before we do a roll call? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, and I'll turn it over to Clerk Carey for a roll call.
Commissioner White?
No.
Commissioner Capper?
Yes.
Commissioner Schutz?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lozano?
Yes.
And Mayor Henderson?
Yes. Next item is G2. This is the Building Department Management, and I'm going to turn it over to our Town Administrator, Mike McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor. As you're aware, earlier in 2024, the Town of Redington Shores Building Department underwent a significant change in staffing, a full-time building official position instead of continuing with a contractual relationship with a service provider that was in place at the time. Plans for growth of the building department were discussed at the outset prior to the arrival of Hurricanes Helene and Milton. Staff were in the process of planning for bringing on board an additional permit technician and inspector to keep up with the service level demands of also providing building department services to the town of Redington Beach when we formed that partnership. During recovery operations related to these 2 hurricanes, the building department was negatively impacted by the personnel loss of our full-time building official when he became injured to the point of being placed on sick leave. And as of now, we do not have an expected due date for his return. This unexpected happenstance had to secure an emergency professional services agreement from MT Causley LLC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Safefield LLC, to restructure the building department for not only providing building official and inspector services, but also to fully support our loan permit technician. And you have a copy of that professional services agreement attached to this memo. Considering the totality of our present circumstances, our primary objective now is to immediately take steps to make our building department fully operational and to adequately meet the needs of both communities multi-day demands have been amplified with the recovery efforts following 2 major storms. To that end, my recommendation is to continue with the retention of MT Causeway LLC for the ancillary building department services, as opposed to keeping the full-time building official management model for the building department until such time that the Board of Commissioners wishes to revisit the concept of returning to the prior model. So we would, in normal operations for our building department, we have more commercial use volumes than we do have home. However, these 2 storms, and with having a building department that at full strength was 2-person, and then with the injury went down to 1, that model flipped. So we went from normally higher volume commercial, lower volume residential. Of course, with the impact of these 2 storms, that changed 180 degrees, and it exploded because you're dealing with roughly 3,500 residents between both towns combined, and everybody needs the same thing at the same time from a resident owner model. So, given the totality of our circumstances, I don't see how we can continue on with the particular model that we've been under. And it's my recommendation that we do continue this relationship with Safeville for the foreseeable future until such time that you may decide that you may want to revisit a full-time building official. It's unfortunate, but the needs of the community dictate that we need to stay with the very best option that can provide the community and its citizens the very best services in the quickest quickest time possible.
Thank you, Administrator McLaughlin. So I'm going to pause just for a moment because I would like our Vice Mayor Licata to be here when I turn it over to the commission for a vote. So I'm just pausing for a moment for his return.
Any question? Thank you for the permission. If you're gonna vote before we have any say, you're closing the door on our
No,
involvement?
no, she opens it up to the public.
Oh, I thought it was.
Excuse me, Attorney Eschenfelder, would you like to explain the order of operations? Since we have so many new faces in the audience tonight, just take a moment to do that, please.
Yeah, so the typical course of action is that the item is introduced by staff. The mayor then asks for a motion and a second. The commissioners then discuss the agenda item amongst themselves. Then when they're done, the mayor opens it up to the public. So I think the mayor's just waiting for the commissioner to return so she could do the commission part of it, but she'll be opening it up to you as she's required to, because there's a Florida statute called the Right to Speak Law. And so before any vote can be taken by a local governing body, you have to open it up to members of the public. So you'll get your chance.
Is he sick?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, so Vice Mayor Licata, The town administrator has made his recommendation as outlined in his cover memo, which we have seen. At this point, I'm gonna turn it back over to the commission for a motion, and then we'll start the proceeding. I just took a short pause. So at this time, we are approving the contract for professional services with MT Cosley, and I'm looking for a motion.
And isn't this also changing our model? Is that what he explained?
Yes, do you want any clarification? Any clarification on that, I would probably
Yeah,
direct
if
it.
approved by the commission, then I'll be working with Attorney Ashford on closing out that.
Do we have a motion for the contract with MT Cosley?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agreement between Redington Shores and MT Cosley.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second, and now we'll open it up for discussion amongst the commission.
Are you going to go through what's happening right now with our building department? I did see an email last night from you that our current building official, Bill Hudson, is moving on. Is that part of this discussion, or?
No, this is not related to that. I believe
Oh, okay.
the building department will be having a briefing here in a moment, once we get down to their section. This is strictly about the business model that we're under in the building, with the current building official no longer being tenable. And that my recommendation to the commission is that we continue our relationship with MT Cosley so that we can provide those critical services to the community efficiently as quickly as possible as we could rebuild our building park.
So would that be a termination then of the existing building official?
No, the position is being eliminated because the model's being changed. So if the commission makes the decision to move back to a contracted model, then the contract is in place, the contracted service provider will become the building official. The internal position of building official is eliminated, and as the administrator said, he and I will make sure that the proper correspondence goes to the outgoing building official.
So back to where we were last December, in a way.
Different company.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not proposing to eliminate the permit tech position.
No.
So it's not exactly where we were. The permit tech is staying in-house.
And I can say that there are many, I did a little bit of research in preparation for this agenda item. There's a lot of jobs out there recruiting for building officials, a lot. I feel our town is just too small to support the internal building department. I see where the town administrator's coming from, and I commend you for bringing this forward to our discussion. I think we tried it. We had some challenges along the way in trying it, but we tried it. I think going with an outsourced company provides us the stability of the resources that we need to carry out the duties. And as our business grows or as our business reduces, that outsourced company can adjust their staffing. And it's, I mean, it costs, one of the other challenges that we would have if we keep the current model is being able to recruit a building official and pay them the salary that they are worth, and also maintain the internal equity of our current staff. So I think it presents a lot of challenges, and I would support the approval of the town administrator's recommendation.
And I also would support that also, and the building department that we have, safety, is extremely experienced, and they've been around for quite a while. And I think the way things are going right now, we need a lot of building inspectors that we can get. Thank you.
Any other discussion before I open it up for public comment?
Yeah, I just have another question. So how does the floodplain manager role factor in? So Safe Built has a separate floodplain manager, or it's the building official is also the floodplain manager? Because as we see now, that is a very critical element to everything going on.
Under the town code, the building official is the floodplain administrator. So Safe Built is obligated to make sure that the person who they bestow upon us or assign to us can satisfy both floodplain administrator duties and building official duties.
And in the contract, it is outlined that the floodplain management is an additional service in the contract. Any other discussion amongst the commission? Okay. I'm going to open it up for public comment. This is item G2, and the motion on the table is the approval for the contract with MT Causley, a wholly owned subsidiary of Safe Built. So with that, do we have public comment for item G2? Okay, come on up
I'll pull out
and.
the card afterwards.
Yep, no problem.
Jenny Blackburn, 17717 Gulf Boulevard, Unit 202. And I just want to say, I mean, I know that we are familiar with Safe Built. We've used this model before. We've used Safe Built. I do have some concerns about folks coming in here who haven't, inspectors, building officials from there coming in here who haven't worked in Redington Shores before, really knowing our building codes. When we used them before, I know of at least one instance where the building official had approved something and then it was brought to his attention later that that was not in line with our building codes. The other thing is that I want to make sure that the door is open for later for interviewing other companies like that we not just automatically go with Safe Built because we've used them before. I understand using them for we had to get somebody, and that was the right decision at the time. But I want to keep the door open for reviewing similar companies down the road. That's it.
Thank you.
And the contract, just for the public's understanding, does have a 90-day termination clause. So if we decide to go in a different direction, either coming back in-house or going with another company, we have that flexibility too.
Thank you, Attorney Eschenfelder. Have any other comments?
Derek Rooney, 17424 2nd Street, East Redington Shores. Is Safe Built or MT Gone the same company that's doing all the inspections for everything in Redington Shores right now?
Yes, that's correct, right?
Please define all the inspections for everything. Tidal Basin is doing the substantial damage inspections. We're working on the things which come through the town.
Okay, would demo permits be going through the town?
Demo permits would be going through the town, yes.
Because when I came up to get a permit, I was told that I was to vacate my house and leave it unlocked until they decide to come and inspect it, that I wouldn't get a call when they inspected it to lock it up. I wouldn't get a day that they would come. I wouldn't get a time that they would come. Just leave it open and unlocked and for perpetuity, I would assume. I just don't know if that's the procedure we're doing.
We can give you a call if you want.
Okay, I was told that that was not an option.
Yeah, that is an option.
It is an option. That's why I wanted to make sure if this was the same company that was telling us to do that.
We are, when I get to my portion, I'll try to lay this out so that I can make it clear that you understand what we're trying to do.
Well, it was perfectly clear made to me at the window,
Okay.
leave it unlocked.
Okay.
Myself too.
You were told the same?
Yes.
Okay.
It was at their convenience, not ours.
Yep.
Whatsoever.
Okay, do we have any other public comments? Come on up for,
Can I fill out my card afterwards?
yeah, you can fill out your card afterwards.
Colleen Woodburn, 231 176th Terrace Drive East. We have had the inspector come to our house. He was a great guy. I thought he was very reasonable and knowledgeable. And we had our demo inspection and we had our electric inspection. And he was able to get an expert on the phone to do the expert inspection through a visual through the phone. And it was great. I believe Safe Built probably has the resources we need right now because God knows we need resources. I don't think, and I don't know if this is town or whatever, but they're very valuable resources. They're not being managed really well because they are just showing up. The guy came to our house and said, I've been to 15 houses this morning and nobody was there. Well, no kidding, everybody's gone. Nobody knows that he was coming. And I felt bad for him because he's trying to do his job, and what poor resource management that is. I mean, I just wanted to say, I'll volunteer and ride with you and call people, because people want their houses inspected. They want somebody to look at it and say, go ahead and move to the next step. So if anything, get organized, call people, get a temporary in that knows how to use a phone. It's not hard. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your comments.
I'll pull up my card. Yeah, just to wind up that same.
Name and address for the record.
Patrick Daninos, 244, 176 Terrace Drive East.
Thank you.
And, yeah, when I came to the window here, I mean, we've all been through tough times here. I come to the window here, it's like zero empathy. I found it totally unprofessional, really did. And I run a business on, I run a company in St. Pete here. I would never give that kind of customer service to my people in Redington. I found it actually quite smug. That's what I found it. And after what we've been through here, to get that treatment here, coming to the office at the window, it was smug. It was curt, short, and smug, to say the least. Then I told them, hey, I work full-time. How can the guy call me? No, he absolutely can't call you. They told me to leave my key at the front door so he can use my key and go in my house. You gotta be kidding me. Can I get the key and go in your house? Probably not. You know, thank God we have an election coming in March. That's all I could say, because that is unprofessional. And everybody in this town agrees with me on this. I can tell you that 100%. They all agree on me with this. This has been a cluster, to say the least. I mean, it's unprofessional. You come here, it should be a warm feeling. People should make you feel good when you leave here. Even if you don't know the answer, what's the right thing to say? Hey, we're working on it. We're overwhelmed. We're trying our best. This is what we can do. Do we get that? No, we get smugness. That's what we get. And nothing but. And I can tell you, all the people, I know a lot of people here. I've been here 27 years. I work, this is my area I work. I work this area hard in my business. I'm in the insurance and financial field. And this is my area. I've done so much business between here and all the beaches area here. And everybody I know is unhappy. Everybody. They don't like the way they're being treated. They don't like the way the permits are going. And if anything, if you're going through a hard time, and this gentleman right here, he offered to help. This is the guy who's vice president of a company that does stuff like this. He can help and organize you. He was turned down. They wouldn't even acknowledge it. And you guys need help. I know you do. And there's a lot of good people right here in front of us. No question about that. You're all good people. There's no doubt about that. But you got to get your act together. And there's no question about that. This has got to come together as a group. As you know, we got to be a family now, right now. And we got to work together and fix this. This permitting's got to be fixed, this situation. And there's got to be answers. And if there isn't answers, then that should be your answer. We don't know. We're working on it. We can't do it. I'm good with that. Tell me something. Don't give me a smug and leave me hanging. That's not an answer. You know, and, you know, I hope to God that this comes together. I really do. Everybody needs your help right now more than ever.
Thank you
We
so
all
much
do.
for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you can get a card.
Yeah, Ginger McQuaig, 61 181st Avenue West. I guess I have two questions. Number one, if what I'm hearing leads me to believe, since I haven't been able to live in my house, that who the hell knows what's going on with my house? Has anybody come to my house? Will I have any direction at all? Because I don't know what's going on at all. And I'm listening. If they're just knocking on your door and nobody's there, well, I guess God knows when I'll be back in my house. The second, we are a beach community in the state of Florida, and we have hurricanes. Now, maybe we haven't had one as bad as Helene, but we certainly have all talked about we could have a Cat 5 one of these days. Is there no plan for what the town does? I mean, I can understand there's all these periphery things that happen, and we can't account for everything, but isn't there some basic plan for a hurricane community that's likely to have a hurricane? That's what I don't understand at all, so.
Thank you so much.
I leave here with lots of questions still, I guess, tonight.
Well, please understand when we do public comment, it's for the public to direct to the chair. That would be me. As far as getting the questions answered, staff is taking notes. We will also have a presentation by our building department as well. And as the building department is here hearing some of your comments, I'm sure they will infiltrate some of the answers to your comments in their presentation. If you still have not gotten a response from staff with your questions answered, you can call. You can call our town administrator. You can call our clerk. They will navigate to get things through. Are they not answering the phone? I know our building department has 800 calls a day. I know our building department's a little.
Voicemails are full.
And the voicemail is full. We have one permit tech, 800 calls, 300 emails.
Why are we wasting 20 minutes deciding to keep on safe build? That should have been a simple yes.
So-
Let's go on to the next step, right? Let's move forward. We're all here about.
So our agenda item, we must acknowledge the public comments. It is the law. And as soon as we acknowledge the public comments, we will take our vote and we'll move on.
What would be the alternative?
And so, sir, you had a public comment? You've been very patient, but you need to come up.
First of all, I may be a nuisance
Name and
at this point.
name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, Joe Fuchs, 247, 176th Avenue East. I've been in similar situations many times. I'm an engineer myself. My question is, I'm completely clear on the overwhelming demands for the building department. Things can be normal. This is not a normal situation. And obviously, that organization has been totally overwhelmed. Clear. Okay, now I'm told that there's a support organization that you have contacted and working with. My question is, who selected them, based on what? What were other options and other organizations that you could have used? I just want to understand, since there's such a critical support organization, who, when, how, why, and how much? Are we using the best? How do you know? Who selected based on what?
Thank you. Did you want to come up and state your name and address for the record and have 3 minutes?
Nicholas Hill, 17717 Long Point Drive. This is my first meeting, and I would just kind of want the board and commission to know that efficiency is key. Hearing over the past hour and a half about having Safe Build continue on in a building department that doesn't have a building official, that should be an easy yes. Moving on to the next step, everything should be focused on hurricane, 50% rule, and getting our town back, not changing our government, not changing any rules, getting our town back, and that should be the number one thing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, any last public comment? Yes, sir.
Ryan Keene, 247-176 Terrace Drive East. This goes to the contract stuff. So you mentioned the 90 days, the review period for this contract for performance, but you didn't talk about, and I would just ask, this goes to like kind of transparency. Is there a contract duration for this thing? Is it for a year? Is it for 5 years? Is it for longer?
It's 12 months. It's in the backup on the agenda.
Okay, so my bad. Do you have performance measurement metrics so we can know how we're doing with this contract? And then along with that would be transparency of workloads. So currently, nobody knows what the heck's going on inside the magic box in town hall. So just, as a part of kind of the transparency, if we could get some kind of status, metrics produced on maybe a weekly basis, just say, hey, there's 400 permits in queue of this nature, duration, type, being demo, life safety, health, and then kind of restoration, just so we have an idea of what's going on as people in the community. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Seeing no other public comment, I'm going to turn it over to the commission for any final thoughts before we do roll call. Okay, Clerk Carey, roll call, please.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
Commissioner Pepper?
Yes.
Commissioner Shoes?
Yes.
Vice Mayor LaPata?
Yes.
And Mayor Henderson?
Yes. Next item is G3, sewer charges for swimming pool refill. I'm going to turn that over to Administrator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The town has received requests from residents affected by hurricane damage to waive the sewer fee associated with refilling their swimming pools. I'm presenting this request to the commission for your discussion and consideration. Just a quick overview, as it stands now, we currently own our own sewer system. However, we do have the relationship with the Pinellas County Utilities for billing. So the decision that you make, the decision before you is ours to make. We totally drive this train on whether or not you want to waive these fees. We simply inform the county yes or no. However, the town would be absorbing the charges, to let you know. It's kind of a strange pass-through system where the town pays for the service up front, and then through customer billing, the town is made back whole. Kind of a unique system, but it works for the community. As of now, this is only allowed under our current ordinances at new construction. So for routine maintenance, the ordinance doesn't address it, doesn't authorize it, and neither does it for hurricanes or storm repair, any type of recovery. So we've had several contacts from citizens about that. And we also have reached out to other barrier island communities. We reached out to all 10 of them, however, only 4 responded. Of the 4 that responded, of the remaining 10, none of them at this time are waiving these fees, nor is it on their radar to do so. Give you an idea what is involved and how this is computed. So our citizens have a base rate of $21.25 a month for sewer. That has nothing to do with this. There is a $7.76 per 1,000 gallons. So if you use a 10,000 gallon pool as your model for this, you would be waiving $77.60 is what the total waive for a 10,000 gallon pool. So the size of the pool, of course, affects that formula. But using that as an example, that is what you would look at waiving with that size. I'm kind of surprised that in my professional opinion, everywhere I've ever worked in municipal government, this was already in place for construction like we have it, but also for either maintenance, required maintenance to damage, or required maintenance from a natural or man-made event. It was not, just beyond routine maintenance of a pool owner. But once the issue came up, wanted to research it, wanted to bring it before you. This has come up, I've been here since Idalia, and this has come up after about every significant storm we've had by citizens in the community who are.
The last thing on our totem pole right now. Either you're gonna give me a condemned letter.
Excuse me, sir. We have an agenda that we are going to follow. All of our town business is important. Everything we do is important. I would please ask that you refrain from disrupting the meeting, please. Thank you. Administrator McLaughlin, what we're talking about is the sewer, but not the water. Two separate things. Just want to clarify.
Correct. In the sewer, actually, it is kind of odd about what has been set up in the past is that this water being refilled in the pool doesn't hit our system. They're paying the water charge.
Right.
It's going into the pool. It's not hitting the system.
It's not hitting the
It's not hitting
sewer
our
system.
system.
That's the key point.
That's
Okay.
the key point.
Okay, thank you. All right, discussion amongst the commission, please.
Okay, with my experience with the county and water, if you've got a water line break or something like that, all you have to do is give them a invoice of your plumber went out and worked on it, things like that. I don't believe, and I have a swimming pool, okay, and I don't know how many pools are in this area, but I don't think the town should be paying for my water to go in my swimming pool, okay? So I would vote no on that. And I'll deal with the county of myself.
Any other discussion?
I guess I'm curious why we didn't get any of this data. We had 3 lines here, and it was kind of hard to follow everything he was saying, so we didn't really get a report on what this was about. So are we voting on this now, or what is?
It's simple. You're voting either the town pays for filling up your swimming pool or you don't.
But previously, it was about the sewer charge.
It is
Not
the sewer.
about the
Yeah.
filling up your pool.
Right.
That's,
And what I don't understand is Hillsborough County and Pinellas both waive during events like this. So how could we get charged if we waive since they're not, you know what I mean? Like what you talk about, it's a loop back. I guess I'm missing that connection.
Because we own our own sewer system. Is that the answer?
The
Because we,
eventual goal is, once the necessary maintenance is caught up in the repairs of Aegis sewer system, is to actually turn it over to Pinellas County. At least that was what was expressed to me when I was hired. That was one of the goals, and that was one of the projects that we had front-loaded into this year's budget, was to start that work so that we could eventually turn the full ownership of it over to Pinellas County. But the way the system's actually set up, it's like somewhat of a convoluted pass-through system. The town funds the money, and the town is reimbursed back to the payment cycle.
and you said that how many municipalities are doing this now that you reached?
None of the municipalities that responded to our survey responded that they were. We wanted to get a sense of what were other communities doing on their island about this particular topic.
So I had actually reached out to Pinellas County Utilities. Did you happen to talk to anybody there? Kelsey Cross, does that name sound familiar?
I did not speak with.
So I had reached out to them and asked some questions, and they had her get back to me. She said that there are a couple. Treasure Island is currently doing that. Largo is waiting for their legal team to decide what they're going to do about pool fills and repairs. And then she put me in touch with, who is this here? Someone in the leak adjustment team. His name is Daryl Ford, and they have a whole process going on there. So, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of information that we could use to evaluate this.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily have it in front of me, except what Pinellas County sent me, so I don't know how we make
Yeah.
a decision on something so important.
Exactly. I think if anything, we need to get some more data and revisit this potentially in a workshop.
yeah, I think this is more of a workshop item as well. It should have been put on the workshop agenda for discussion. And then also just to make sure that we are clear that we're not waiving the water fees. We have to pay those water fees, but the fact that the water is not going through the sewer system
right.
is what is being asked of us.
And the number that Pinellas County gave me that they were crediting was $25, so it's not like we're talking about a lot of money here, I don't think. Did you get an idea as to the average?
Well, they would not be, that the 125 is the base rate that everyone pays, and that's not even what we're talking about. We're talking about the 760 to 1,000
Yeah.
charge for the volumetric rate.
I think you're right, I
That's how
think we
they
just need
do
to
that.
workshop this.
Okay. Is the commission in agreement for a workshop?
Yes.
All right. Moving on to item G4, proposed budget amendment for fiscal year 23-24. I'll turn it over to our town administrator, Mike McLaughlin.
Yes, before you is standard in the budget year, we have to have this completed within 60 days of our new budget year starting. Attorney Ashton, after receiving the work of the finance team, our accounting team, crafted the resolution 12-24 for your review. And you have the
turn it over to Attorney Eschenfelder for a read, and then we'll open it up for the motion.
Resolution 12-24, a resolution of the town of Redington Shores, Florida, amending the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget to provide for changes in the general fund appropriations, making related findings, providing for severability, and for an effective date. Mayor?
Thank you. I'll turn it over to the commission for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2024 proposed budget amendment.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion amongst the commission regarding the amendment?
As I understand it, this is just something that's normally done every year at this time. I mean, this is not out of the middle.
Yes, there's a statutory
Right.
deadline to wrap up your final budget adjustments for that fiscal year, so that's all this is.
Yep.
No other commission comments? I'll open it up to public comment for Resolution 12-24, proposed budget amendment. Seeing no public comments, I'll turn it over to Clerk Carey for roll call.
Thank you. Commissioner White?
Yes.
Commissioner Pepper?
Yes.
Commissioner Shoes?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lukata?
Yes.
Mayor Henderson?
Yes. Okay, now we'll go into our commission reports. I would like to remind our residents that we have a holiday tree lighting Sunday, December 5th from 5 to 7. It's expected to be at the Nature Park. Santa, cookies, cocoa, peppermint lattes, clam chowder, kids craft, but most importantly, community. So we will have our annual tree lighting as we have in the past. In addition, I wanted to give you an update on the library. They are working hard to get the library back up and running. Of course, they are succumbed to the permit requirements in order to get the drywall back up, and so everything is clean. And I also want to recognize that a very generous donation was made by the Bill Krajewski family to the library to help in the recovery of getting the library back up and running. But they're making great progress, and they're anxious to open up as soon as things start moving along. And that concludes my report. Vice Mayor Lukata?
Just most of the stuff that a lot of people have echoed here, and from my constituents. However, I will say on the bright side, I've gotten a ton of compliments with the debris removal process compared to some of our neighboring beaches. We're happening every day. So like I said, most people that have contacted me just want more clarity with what's going on with building permits.
I'm sorry, could you please speak into the microphone?
Sure. Most people that have contacted me have been wanting to know what's going on with building permits. You know, it's everything that's been echoed here tonight.
Commissioner Shoes?
I don't have a lot to add. I do want to echo Vice Mayor Licata. I'm currently renting an apartment in downtown St. Pete because I can't live in my house. And I have to say, driving around the city of St. Petersburg, there are still giant piles of debris everywhere. Shore Acres is completely covered. I mean, nothing has moved. So I really appreciate the movement with the debris removal. I appreciate the communication from staff on that. We're all hearing that we can do better with communication. I wholeheartedly agree. I think specifically this week we've started to get more information from the building department, from town hall, and I really appreciate the updates, and I really hope that we gain momentum on that and continue to communicate as much as possible.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoyt?
So first I want to thank our mayor, because you came in and stepped in during this tragedy, and you acted like a true leader, and you took a leadership role after Helene. So I really want to recognize what you did. You helped the entire commission and our residents as well when we really needed that leadership. So thank you for that. Also, our police force back in our district, things are very, very scary. They still are. And it has been wonderful to know that you guys have been back there and doing the rounds that you have. I mean, it brings tears to my eyes because it's so scary back there when through the hurricane, but, you know, after the fact now. And we have some residents, some of them are here, who are there, but the vast majority of them are not. And, you know, I think that in my district for sure, we have so many people impacted in single-family homes. We have so many people suffering who are homeless, and they're homeless now, and I think the fear is that they're going to be made homeless permanently because of substantial damage assessments, substantial damage, you know, everything that we've been talking about here. So people are scared, and I think that, you know, everything that we can do to reassure people, to communicate better, to make sure that people's voices are being heard. I mean, that's what we need to do as leaders. There's a lot of important things that are facing our town. A few of them are on the next workshop agenda, so hopefully we can talk about them. But I think we need to think about our residents and not think about big government bureaucracy when we're moving forward with some of these decisions that we're making. And I think that is where we have lost sight of things, in my opinion, in this town historically. And so I think we need to come back to that.
Thank you. Commissioner Capra?
I'm not sure who's in charge. Is it the county that's in charge? Is it FEMA that's holding things up? To me, it's ridiculous. I've never seen it take so long to get a permit, okay? And I think we need to start calling our county commissioners. If they're not the county commissioner, then we need to get a hold of our governor or senator or whoever and start raising hell. Because people are just, it's terrible, you know.
Amen. And some press.
Thank you.
Let's get the press involved. Let's get some optics on this.
Good idea.
Where's the news? Where's the channels? I mean, we see our, federal government giving billions of dollars to everybody else. Ask yourself this question: what country has helped us? Name one. Canada? Nobody's helped us, but we're giving billions of dollars to everybody else. And I work internationally, guys, so I hear it from all over the world, and it's embarrassing how we're being treated. So, sorry to jump in on this, but let's get some optics. Let's get some press. Where's DeSantis? Where are these guys? I mean, I live on a street that we have 11 RVs. People are living in RVs. People are living in their garages.
Isn't it y'all's job to contact the government?
That's what I was saying.
So who the commission has contacted them? Have you contacted any senator?
Yes.
Yes, we
Yes.
all have.
Yes.
We all have. We all have.
I have spoken
Their
to
answers
lots
are-
of local leaders.
What are they calling permits?
Tom, you bring up some great points. CJ, you also. I mean, we're all in this together. Let's get some optics on this. Where's Local News 9? I turn on the news, I don't see any of this.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
like
I drive down my
it's
street,
like
I see
we're
people
ready for-
living in RVs.
We're forgotten. That's what it's like. Everybody feels like they're forgotten. Where's FEMA? Remember Sandy? What happened in Sandy? What did they do for the people in Jersey?
$250.
$250 apiece. Build up or rebuild. End of story. Simple, straightforward. FEMA's right there. What have they done for us? $7.50 for food, a couple of bucks here. You got that's an insult.
Denials.
The people that have helped us are the boys and ladies in blue have been amazing. You guys
Yeah.
are amazing. Thank you so much.
Our
I mean, if it wasn't for the
building-
police,
building officials, FEMA.
been amazing. And local
FEMA.
churches. But
And
we
our
haven't
town
seen
staff,
anything.
I forgot to mention,
Anything.
but our town staff, thank you so much, Margaret and Jolie.
Yeah.
And yes, you guys are,
Absolutely.
Commissioner Capper, your report, do you have anything else?
That was it.
Okay, Attorney Eschenfelder? Okay, Town Administrator, can you please give us your report?
I will give you some great news as far as the rehaulers. As of closing business yesterday, the tonnage of debris that's removed from our community is a little bit in excess of 15,747 tons. That's combined with storm debris and sand. We'll be getting back with submitting my monthly report here soon, but you can imagine what the day-to-day of operations have been like September 26th.
Thank you. Are you turning it over to them now?
And I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. All right. So I would like to introduce, most of you know Bill Hudson. He's our interim building official, and then also right by his side, his right-hand man, his next in line building official, Mr. Rob Peebles. Rob will be the face-to-face in our town hall. And you can share with us what your work schedule is, and I'm going to turn it over to the building department for their report and update and wisdom to guide us through.
Good evening. To your point, we are overwhelmed, and I apologize if there was any smugness. It was not intended. I have not felt any sense of smugness on the staff here, so please let me apologize. Okay, I'm Bill Hudson. I am regional manager for Safe Built. I live in the center of the state. I came in, as you know, when Mr. Vasquez was injured on the job, and dropped in, started dancing. We have had, as was mentioned, our admin staff have been just pounding and pounding and pounding away. We have one full-time permit clerk with 2 part-time helpers. We're talking like 800 phone calls a day, 300 emails a day, plus people on the line, out the door, trying to answer questions for them. I've been answering questions. We do have, let me say that I have no affiliation with Tidal Basin whatsoever, just to make that clear. I started chasing disasters myself in 1996. I have a basic idea of what they're doing. They've done thousands of inspections. What they're doing, my understanding is they're looking at the structure, looking at the age of the structure, looking at where the water line is, and then making a professional judgment that with that water line and that information, they're taking it back and proposing that this is the best guess, the quickest guess they can get at the type of damage that's in your home. It's not an interior inspection. Our staff, the people I have here are all Florida licensed people. They have to have a Florida license. I don't know if any of you have ever tried to get a Florida inspector's license. Do you have a Florida inspector's license?
No.
Okay, try it. It's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun to get. It is tough. You know, so the people on my staff that are there are Florida licensed inspectors. I'm personally certified as a master code professional. Rob Peebles is a certified building official. You know, we're bringing people in who are qualified to work with the program. That's just to give you a little basis of where we're coming from. Honestly, we're overwhelmed. We're trying to do the best we can so that everybody is treated equally and fairly. Our priority, as I said last time when I was up there, is first of all, getting people's homes so they're not going to cause further damage for them. Getting them to a point where they can get the moldy drywall out, where they can get the electrical services, get the electrical items repaired, have a water heater, have an air conditioner on, get their roof, their doors, their windows repaired. Those are the things that we're looking for first. We've done hundreds of those. We've got hundreds of those permits in place, and we're giving permission to do your work now. Come get your permit later. You know, that's an after-the-fact permit. Now, for the town to retain your NFIP, your National Flood Insurance Policy, there are things that need to be done to satisfy FEMA, because you don't want to end up in an audit 3 years down the line. You don't want to, you know, you actually do get a discount on your flood insurance, as high as it may seem. You're getting a discount on it. And those of you that still have mortgages are required to have flood insurance. So we're trying to balance getting the people back in their home, getting the permits turned out, but doing it in a manner that's not going to jeopardize your flood insurance. And sometimes that means looking like we're not doing much, admittedly. let me tell you a little bit about what's been happening here. This is a map that we got from the county. That map is Redington Shores. You see the purple houses there. Let's put the key up on the, okay. These are houses that have all had a visit from Tidal Basin. The initial inspection review is complete. However, there's another step. There's a quality control step that is demanded before we get the information and are able to give you your substantial damage letters. I was on the phone 5:30 this afternoon saying, can I please have some numbers? Can I please have some information on somebody's houses? I was told that I'd get something. I still haven't gotten anything for it. Now at this point, 98, this was yesterday, I got the email, 98% of the inspections are completed. Still need 13 more. 11 properties have QC completed. That's where your substantial damage letters are right now. I've spoken with Clerk Carey. We have the mechanism in place to send out those substantial damage letters as soon as it comes in. You've contracted with a local company to print those out. We've got the envelopes ready. As soon as that information comes in, we're going to get them out. That's where we are on the substantial damage letters. The problem is, if you guys go ahead and do stuff without your substantial damage letters, you risk making an investment on a house that's been determined substantially damaged, and you're going to lose your investment. So we're walking a very thin line here to try to make sure that we're getting people out and getting the inspectors out. I understand it's disorganized. You know, the clerical staff that we've had to support us just has not been able to get that information out. But I wanted inspectors in the field doing what they could with what they've got. Is it as organized as it should be? Absolutely not. Okay, no, I totally agree with you. One of the things that we've had since Rob has shown up is we're starting to get those permits into a database that's outside the permitting database so that we can start organizing them and getting them put together. Having just this extra man here this week has been very, very helpful. It really has been. I've also got my admin who is in Apopka. She is doing remote permit entry. And as the manager said, we have 3 new permit clerks starting Monday. We're staffing up as it's available. We couldn't get them any sooner. So that's where we're coming from for you. You know, it's coming through, it's coming, and somebody wants to know when. I don't know yet. I haven't received it. Yes, sir.
Tell me how I care about the front door letter I'm about to get.
How do you
Is it
care?
stopping permits from happening?
No, but I'm taking care of the people who need to get their homes safe first.
Okay.
People
That's
that,
that investment.
pardon?
But that's that investment you're talking about. If I gotta get my home safe, but then get a
Okay,
community letter.
it's not only safe
out.
for you to be in, it's safe for the neighborhood too. It's safe so that some creep doesn't drag a kid in there and do bad things to them. It's, you know, we're trying to make sure that it can be made secure. So, and that's what we're looking for. We're trying to make sure that we get that initial inspection done first.
That's why we don't wanna leave our houses unlocked.
And you know what?
You know, because that makes no freaking
Okay,
sense.
that leave your house unlocked is, this is the first I've heard of it. Stop. Don't. We'll call. Yes.
What is the process for quality control checks? What are they doing?
That is totally out of my control. I've been told that it is going through Tidal Basin and FEMA. That's all I know. Does anybody else know anything beyond that here?
What
I
does
don't-
this letter impact? You
That
haven't
letter
specified.
impacts?
What are you
Okay,
doing with
that-
the letter and
okay.
how is it applied?
That's gonna be the next question. I got a couple more slides to tell you on that.
So what is the quality control? What are they checking off?
They're checking to see if it's consistent with the damage that's been reported with similar houses in the area. Similar houses, similar elevations, similar types, similar water levels.
should have similar damage. That's what the quality control checks, to make sure there's no outliers.
Doesn't sound too quality.
Well,
But
that's,
it's the same group checking themselves. It's
I do not know. So I'm not gonna make up stuff and tell you. Okay, yes, sir.
The slides that you're showing said
Yes.
that, the left one, I believe, is 98% complete inspections, and you mentioned 13 to go.
That is, yeah,
Okay.
there are
Can you
13,
define, are those inspections that are 98% complete, are they outside the house or?
those, to my understanding, those are outside the house unless they were invited in. Okay, this is information that was given to me. This is not what my staff is doing. So, I'm gonna give you the best answer I can, but I'm gonna tell you that I haven't had a lot of communication to me about what they're doing, except I know that's going on.
So
Yes, sir.
98, wait a second, so the 98% done
Yes,
may be a good number in certain applications, but the 98% accomplished here,
Yes.
freely using generic information.
They're
not-
using
Not unique to the house,
No.
but similar to other standards and other data. So that 98% is, in my mind, is a very low quality.
and we will talk about that in
So
just
it's
a
not a
moment.
great 98%.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment, okay? Sir?
Just a quick question.
Uh-huh.
If the letter comes and we feel it's unreasonably high in terms of the cost to cure the defects, then what are our recourse?
That's coming, next slide, okay?
Quick
Yes.
question first.
Uh-huh.
Do we get Tuttle Basin's baseline from what they did this research on?
I do not know.
Because we're based on what? I mean, they're coming in on what?
That is information I don't know.
Pinellas County says they use the FEMA, you can download the software yourself on pinellascounty.gov. It's a FEMA software called the
Okay.
Substantial Damage Estimator.
But based on what?
Their data from other storms.
Their data, they're going to 1 of 5, pick your home, 1 of 5 means a piece of junk.
Okay, let's get back to the slides here, okay? All right, okay, I received my letter. What's my next step? I think that's what everybody's asking, right? Okay, this is taken from that which, I think, Margaret, that's been published on the town's website also?
Yes.
Okay, what's next? Okay, you have some options. You get a letter, that's published on the town's website. You can take a picture of it if you want. I'll print out a copy of it if you want. It's on the town's website already.
Sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah.
It's not.
Uh-huh.
We were gonna send that out with the letters or.
Oh, okay.
Time to do something.
Okay, that's fine. We can print some copies up too and have it. That's fine. I'm perfectly happy to distribute this.
Bill?
Yes.
We'll print out a stack of
Yeah.
those and have them at the window if you wanna come pick one up tomorrow. We'll
Put it on the website
Happy to.
and everybody can get it.
Can you put that on the website, please, Margaret? Okay, it will be on the website and at the window, okay?
Who is receiving this letter? People that have damage over a certain
Every
percentage?
property owner will receive a letter that says, it appears that you have substantial damage, it appears that you do not have substantial damage.
So therefore, no one should be doing anything in their house,
That is,
which is not correct.
that is
Which
correct.
is not happening.
That is, I understand that,
Right.
Why are
okay?
you guys issuing electrical and drywall
Right.
permits?
We are issuing drywall removal permits.
Yeah, but there's not more going on.
Okay, I understand there are people that are doing beyond what they're supposed to be doing. Clearly, there are. There are people that are impatient. I have people calling me and saying, I'm 98% done, why can't you give me my permit?
Impatient?
Can we let him do his presentation, and then you can stay all
Yeah.
night and ask your questions? Excuse me, do you want my name and address?
Okay,
But let's get the presentation.
let's get
because
this
he
and then we
might
can answer
a
questions.
question.
I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to put forth a path where we can get through this, get through it together, get your homes back to you as quickly as possible while maintaining your capacity to have flood insurance. It's a balance that comes from both sides. We met with FEMA yesterday, and they were going, "What are you doing to enforce this?" They're asking, and they're asking questions like that.
Really?
Yes. They are asking questions like, what are you doing to monitor and enforce to make sure people aren't? And, you know, we're getting pressure from both sides, okay? So, you're gonna get a letter that will say that that it's been determined that you have substantial damage, or you do not have substantial damage. Your first option is accept the letter. It will have the appraised value from Pinellas County, and it will have some sort of assumed number as to the value of the loss. It will say, at this point, it appears that you have substantial damage. The other letter will say, it appears that you do not have substantial damage. Now, some of you, if you get one that says it appears you don't have substantial damage, you're good at that point. You can just rebuild as
What is
is.
the threshold that defines?
Substantial damage?
Yes.
49% of the value, this is per town ordinance. 49% of the value of the structure
When it was appraised.
at the time of the storm. The day before the storm, 49% of that value.
So they can print it out here.
Yeah, the tax assessor has a value that they're using
For every property.
for each property.
It's on the property appraiser's website.
It's on the property appraiser's website. There is a value there.
So
Okay.
greater than 49 is considered major?
That is considered-
49% is minor?
That is considered substantial damage. The town ordinance also has what's called a 1-year look back. So any permit that was applied for within a year of the storm, that value will be added to the damage number.
That should be waived, absolutely.
That
is not home improvement, this is rebuilding your home.
That's,
Everybody up there.
okay, that's,
Time out.
Yes.
Time out.
yes.
Let's be correct. The code, the town code, provides definition of substantial damage and substantial improvement. Substantial damage is defined as damage of any origin sustained by a building or structure, whereby the cost of restoring the building or structure to its before damaged condition would equal or exceed 49% of the market value of the building or structure before the damage occurred, period. For substantial damage, there is no look-back period.
Okay,
The
thank you, sir.
definition of substantial improvement is any combination of repair, reconstruction, rehabilitation, addition, or improvement of a building or structure taking place during a 1-year period, the cumulative cost of which equals or exceeds 49% of the market value of the structure before the improvement or repair is started. So look back only applies to substantial improvement,
That's not
not to substantial damage.
That is not.
All right. Okay, it is known now, we will operate that way. Yes, sir.
Just a quick question. So, looking back at our appraisal, it was an old appraisal.
Mm-hmm.
Before we did improvements 2 or 3 years ago. So we did a reappraisal.
Yes.
And we submitted that. So that's what this would be based upon, or the old?
Yeah, that will be based on your new appraisal. So, no, excuse me. Let me answer that question, okay? Now, first option, you can accept the numbers from the assessor and title basin. You can agree with that. Second option, you can disagree with that. If you disagree with the pre-storm value, which you're doing, or disagree with the substantial damage estimate, you have options. Your first option is you can contact the Pinellas County appraiser and ask them to reappraise your value, or you can obtain a retroflective appraisal that shows your house at the time, at the day before the storm. You can obtain that appraisal. So regardless of what it says on the county website, you can correct that number. Regardless of what it says, now, if you disagree with the substantial improvement, substantial damage estimate, you can request a reinspection by title basin, or you can provide actual costs to repair from a contractor with a complete estimate from a licensed contractor, or you can provide a detailed breakdown of labor and materials substantiated by an approved source such as Means, Home Tech, something like that. In other words, provide reasonable numbers saying this is what it's actually going to cost. You have those options. Yes, sir.
Another option that you haven't mentioned, which a lot of people think is more personal and more favorable, is to get a public adjuster.
Yeah.
That's insurance. I mentioned that
Yeah.
as well.
Well,
I think it's important
now
to
it's
discuss
public adjusters are typically not recommended by FEMA. So that's, and I'm just saying that. Now, okay, but let's get back here. All of these numbers come back to local. Those numbers will be reviewed by your building official, who will say, do they seem reasonable? At which point, that will be either accepted or rejected. Now, FEMA may come in with a forensic audit afterwards, so we need to make sure that we've done a decent job on it. But those numbers that come, however you decide to put those numbers together, you submit those to the building official with your building permit, with the permit to put back and build back up, which nobody's got the numbers yet to do it. So the permits can't be issued yet. So when you get that and submit those numbers for your substantial damage numbers, then the building official will review it and see if it seems logical. Yes, ma'am?
So if you go the route of to the second A, so if you disagree with the substantial.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. And so if you put together the package that was
Yes.
initially provided by the
Mhm.
building department,
Yeah.
it had multiple pages and multiple
Yes.
categories, and if you filled it out as an owner-builder, and let's say you don't have a contractor, and you have firm numbers on electrical,
Yes.
firm numbers on drywall, firm numbers on HVAC, firm numbers, you've ordered your kitchen cabinets, you've ordered your appliances, you have firm numbers on everything, the only extra might be the 10% of the contingency you're supposed to add. So you're saying you don't have numbers, many people do
Okay,
have numbers.
all right, at that point though, we're back at the bottleneck if we're trying to get people back to safe, secure, and sanity. That's a staffing issue which we're dealing with. That's gonna be jumped on immediately when that fire hose cuts down a little bit and we can get on, I mean, we have permits in the queue. I've been approving permits already for people that just say, hey, I want to demolish my house. Those permits are out the door, as far as I know. I don't think there's any of them waiting for us.
Just stop just a
Uh-huh.
second. So, understand it's
Uh-huh.
gonna take a little while, but the process is,
Uh-huh.
the building department will look at that,
Yes,
then the green vested people aren't involved in title basis.
they won't be involved anymore.
Because a lot of this hinges on their analysis, which seems really flimsy.
I'm not good, I hope I don't sound like I'm trying to justify it.
Mr. Hudson, can
Yes, sir.
I?
Yes.
So just to try to, the first step is them, they're doing it and they're doing it by volume.
Because we needed help.
Because the volume is so high.
Correct.
So if you get a letter and it's below the substantial damage, you don't need to worry about it anymore, you apply for your permit. If it's above the substantial damage, your code says only the building official / floodplain administrator makes the final call on substantial damage.
Good.
And so what he's trying to say to you is that if you get a letter and they proclaim you substantial damage and you disagree with that, come with all of this other data, and that new building official sitting there is the one that has a pen that has the power. Now, understand that FEMA is, just as some of you have heard about what happened in Lee County, they're going to be looking at everything the local governments do here. And they will threaten to kick everybody out of the NFIP if you just say, don't worry about it. So there's going to have to be honest assessment of your data. But if you bring back honest data and it can demonstrate, and that fella can sit there with a straight face and say, nope, I'm looking at everything, this is not substantially damaged, you're back to being golden. That may take some time. And the last thing I want to say, just to pick up on your comment, because it hasn't been addressed, and I don't know if it's in your slides, so if it is, I'm sorry for stealing it, but the owner-builder permit, you just need to be cautious if you're contemplating an owner-builder permit, that under the statute, that it has to be $75,000 or less, and you cannot sell or lease your house for a year if you go that route.
And you must have licensed electricians and plumbers.
Yes.
And
Air
you're
conditioners.
100% responsible for building code.
That's for reconstruction, right? For reconstruction, not mitigation. Yeah, no, not mitigation, that's reconstruction, yeah.
So if I
Yes,
get a
sir.
letter that says I'm not substantially damaged, I'm golden, but then the 49% rule still applies.
Well, no,
That's
if,
substantial damage.
So you're telling me that if I got a property that's 180K on my letter, I can go build a $400,000, I can put 400K.
If your letter says you were only damaged 40%, if your structure was only damaged 40%, you can go pull permits.
Up to any amount.
no,
To
no,
repair.
up to that 49%.
That was my 50%.
The minute you cross that 49% threshold, you're gonna be required to do full compliance.
But is
full-
that the improvement or the
Yeah.
reconstruction?
That would be either or.
Okay.
You know, the minute you cross that 49% number, then you're gonna have to be full compliance, which would mean, you know, either, you know, if you're gonna put that much money in, you're gonna have to rebuild
So you're not
in,
golden?
in a
Because
flood.
if it cost me more to put my house back together than the 49%, I could still get substantially damaged.
And your best bet is to go
That
get
is,
it.
that's the definition of substantially damaged.
But I either get it from here,
Uh-huh.
from the county,
Yes,
I either get the Scarlet A or not,
uh-huh,
or I come over here and I submit it if I don't get it, but if I go over the 49%, then I get it.
yes.
Because FEMA's,
I get it. I
FEMA's
just-
overarching
Okay.
rule is
Yeah.
we don't want you building any more
I got
on
it.
these areas.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, now, there, you, okay, if, let me add one thing though. If you are less than substantially damaged and your exterior electrical or HVAC has been damaged by flooding, you will have to elevate those. That's the only thing that you will have to do. That's the provision in 322 in the Florida Residential Code. Other than that, if you are not substantially damaged and your cost to repair is less than 49%, you can put it back just like it was, except your exterior electric, which is your meter, and if you've got an exterior fuse box, and your HVAC need to be elevated. Yes, sir.
Okay, this is just the simple
Uh-huh.
math. If the estimated value of your house is $1 million, 490,000 is the threshold.
Okay, we're not talking the estimated value of your property. We are talking the estimated of your structure.
Structure, okay, I'm
Okay.
just doing it for simplicity.
Okay, all right.
So the structure is estimated at $1 million.
Uh-huh,
So you can go up to 490,000.
yeah.
Or penny below that.
You can go 499, 999.
Okay, and
Yeah.
so for 490,000, you're at the less than mass
You are-
problem, and you have a lot of power.
Well, yeah, huh?
The minute that you break the 490,000 estimates from all these people that are gonna give it to you, now you're possibly in a world where they're gonna say you have to demolish the house.
That's correct.
Not possibly. You are.
That is not possibly. Yeah, you're correct. Thank you, sir. No.
Is there a timeline on that to where I could do like 200 grand in a year?
No.
And then 200 grand?
No, it
next
is the
year?
complete cost to restore to pre-damage number.
If you
The
look at,
pre-damage
if you
value.
look at FEMA's substantial damage enforcement manual, which is like 60 pages long, they have some pages talking about breaking up projects, and they actually instruct the building official that you need to look at what was damaged, and even if the person wants to come in and sequentially do it, which they may do because they don't have funds, you still have to attribute everything they're gonna need to do to bring it back to the way it was before the damage occurred.
Now, doesn't FEMA accept an outside appraiser there?
Yes, absolutely.
And that's always higher than what the
Yeah.
county's appraisal
Uh-huh.
is.
And if you're doing it as an owner builder, FEMA will want you to justify or record the hours that you're putting in on it. You can't say I'm doing it, it's free. You know, we've got a Department of Labor cost sheet which they're gonna use to determine the estimate of the hours that's there. It's someplace between $16, $19 an hour if you're doing it yourself. That needs to be included in the cost. You can't just say, I'm doing it myself, it's free. Or, you know, my buddies came over and did this. That you do need to account for those hourly costs.
If you submit your own rebuild estimate, whether you create it yourself or you get it from a contractor, it needs to be itemized, separating materials and labor. We need to be able to define all of those costs and attribute those, and then justify those costs. And you know, we have ways to do that. So.
Okay. All right, that's one. If you disagree, what happens after that? Once both the pre-storm value and substantial improvement costs are settled, if it's not present, you just submit your paperwork and get your permit and put it back, with the exceptions of your exterior electric and your HVAC. If substantial damage is present, it's your choice to elevate the existing structure or to rebuild, to demolish and rebuild as a resilient structure. Those are your choices. Or you can demolish and just leave an empty lot. But if you have shed, pool, those kinds of things, accessory buildings, they would also have to go if you're going to leave an empty lot.
Is there a timeline on that letter?
At this point, it's not set, but that's going to be something that's going to have to become a reasonable number. Probably we're going to come back to the commission for a guideline on what they would believe is reasonable as a timeline.
Has FEMA said that they would give us any type of assistance at all, like they have in other states?
At the last meeting, they were here and they were offering assistance.
Assistance?
Yeah,
Assistance
cash,
like Sandy.
dollars.
Like Sandy.
Not like personal assistance, like money for elevating your home.
Money for elevate, there, I quite honestly.
Is that even a consideration? I mean, are they even looking at us at all?
Okay,
Yeah, so I
I
can
don't
speak to
know.
that a little bit. So
Please do.
Before the town had to apply to the state, we're not in that process, but we put in that letter of interest. There is new laws coming out that should allow the homeowner to apply directly soon. So before it had to go through the town, we're not set up, okay? So that's off the table. We've yelled at the state level that now the homeowner should be able to go and apply for that money. And we're waiting to get that approved. And if we can get that approved, that's the $250 you're talking about. That
Correct.
can be put to your house.
Correct.
Then a lot of rules come with that $220, I think it is.
But they're reasonable.
Yeah. That's where we need to kind of keep our focus on. If the homeowner can apply and that gets granted, that's huge.
Well, FEMA's got a new boss too, I think, starting January 6th too. So,
So that.
yeah,
so
the new
that program
DHS
is-
director, which she answers to.
That program is called the FMA. The changes to it is called Swift Current.
Yeah.
And I hope we'll have an answer on that soon.
Okay.
What's a
thank you.
guesstimate?
I don't know that, but I know that it's.
A couple of months.
I know it's at the review process to where we should be getting an answer.
Now, are you referencing the grants that they're offering?
I am.
Yeah,
Is it with those grants, then you're going to, if you were to sell your home, that piece of property would then be forced in perpetuity
Yes.
to carry flood insurance,
Yes.
even
Yes.
when you sell it
Yes.
forever,
That is correct.
Yeah,
whether it's paid off or not.
Yes.
yeah.
That's-
Make sure you're aware of that. A
Yeah.
lot of people will not buy a home like that.
And don't you have to be a repetitive loss property to qualify?
There's a couple ways to qualify. Like you can hit you gotta be on the National Flood Program, you gotta hit it like more than, I forget the exact number of loss.
That would just be the
In
cash
a matter
buyer.
of 10 years.
Twice in 10 years.
Yeah.
Twice.
Yeah.
Because you have to, if they have mortgage, you gotta have flood.
Yeah. If you've got a mortgage, you gotta have flood insurance.
Yeah, so what
If
you're.
it's a cash buyer,
Yeah,
Yeah,
cash
well,
buyer.
like, we get rid of the cash buyers, who cares?
No, you still have to carry, even if it's a cash buyer.
I do see you,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I know that,
Uh-huh.
but then you don't target them, that's all I'm saying.
Mhm.
There's lots of buyers out there.
Take anything like
Yeah.
money, there's still.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, sir?
Two questions about the discussion. The grant money, is different than the policy money, let's say the policies that match the 250. Okay,
I
that's
plead
the
ignorance and
policy.
insanity on grants and policies.
Two different. So the grant is a different amount of money coming from FEMA.
Totally different.
And based on,
Your own property's history of substantial damage and claim backed by the National Flood Insurance Program.
there's not gonna be a lot of properties that qualify.
Right.
It's like you have to qualify for those grants. So I might qualify depending on how many claims I might have, you might not, so it's.
So it's not likely, basically.
No.
oh, so the
I
grants are,
qualify.
grants are extremely difficult. They possibly need a
It
lawyer.
is driven by, right now, it's driven by the rules that were adopted in the Federal Register. They have a lot of different ways to qualify, but basically, it's not all that hard if you're a repetitive loss. The Madeira Beach got into the program years ago. They approved, they got like 12 houses, and they came in, they tore them down, and they built new houses. But Madeira Beach has gotten snagged up in a bunch of the compliance with all the extra little rules that you gotta follow.
And all those grants are reimbursements.
Right.
So the homeowner still is outlaying that cost to build your property.
Right.
So
And then-
all of that is reimbursements. So that's
And even after the reimbursement comes, FEMA, like with Madeira Beach, they've come years later and said, oh, well, we shouldn't have given you that approval anyway, so give us the money back.
So is it,
One,
a
two,
thought that you could
1700.
Well, I think
Yeah, okay.
what this gentleman is saying is I think that it's unfortunate that you have to wait, but I would stand by for what they're about to try to roll out, because I think they've heard enough now. They're gonna try to pull back on some of those restrictions and make it easier for you all to approve. It's gotta be approved at the federal level, and who knows how long that's gonna take.
Yeah.
And you've gotta get it approved, the program, before you even start it.
Right.
There's no retro reimbursement.
All right, we ready for the next slide here?
Yeah.
All right, how do I complete the process? Submit the required paperwork and apply for the appropriate permits. That's where we're at. Yes, sir.
Simple question, suggestion, Bill.
Uh-huh.
Can we get like a FAQ on the permits, what the costs are, because.
Costs, okay, that's.
Because my contractor just quoted me a substantial amount to get permits.
1,500.
We can do that. Margaret, are those published, the permit costs?
Yes, they're on the website.
They're on the website.
They're on the website.
Under the building department.
And it's on the agenda for the
Just
next.
keep in mind, your contractor is quoting you a price for them to get your permit for you, and so there's administrative costs in there.
I just want to have a sort of
Yeah.
realistic.
No, the
Building permit fees are on the agenda for the next workshop tonight,
Okay.
right now after this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, okay. Now, there are 2 permits required. We've already talked about this. One is to get yourself back to safe. The second permit is, so getting yourself back to safe includes electrical, mechanical, your building envelope, your door, windows, roof, those kind of things. Demolition, taking out. Now, the cost to clean up is not included in your substantial damage estimate. So if you have ServPro, ServiceMaster, Balfour, or somebody else come in and they tear out your drywall, you need that number separated from where they come in, they pressure wash, they clean out, they sanitize, they put antifungal in. That is not included in your substantial damage estimate.
But the drywall removal.
The drywall removal is, and if there is disposal cost for the drywall, the town has been picking it up, so the disposal cost should be 0 unless they bring their own dumpster on site. Yes?
Okay. Excellent, because I want to know, how long is the town going to sponsor a collection of debris?
That's not my question. Mike?
Debris collection on the east side of the town is completed. We still have, sand operations and some, debris removal ongoing on the west side of town. We had the vast majority, where we had a huge deposit of sand from the beaches on the west side, that we had to get, a mission in, through the state, so they could get tons of sand out of the roadways before the debris haulers.
When he was discussing drywall, so how much time do I have, because I'm way behind because of personal things. I have not had my drywall filled
Yeah,
in.
well, any contract, the debris haulers for the storm, if you got construction debris, if anyone had construction debris removed, they were very fortunate, because they weren't even supposed to remove that stuff. And that's the responsibility of the contractor that you sign a contract with to haul that material out. So now, if you live on the east side of town, on the intercoastal side of town, all the debris, they did 3 debris pushers. They did the primary, secondary, and then they did a pipe fix for a pipe. That completed the work on the east side of town. There's still, like I said, some vestiges of stuff going on the west
I
side.
asked that question, I called the city, the folks, and I asked them that question when, and they said, oh, don't worry, you have several weeks to go. For, honestly, that was the answer about having, you know, the people that are picking up stuff, that will still be there at no cost. So that was bad information to me. That's what I was
Do you
told.
know who you spoke with?
It was a female, I don't remember.
When was that?
Are we gonna keep dumpsters though for a little while, so people,
Dumpsters monitored, two, possibly 3. 2 to 3.
We're gonna keep one at Constitution Park and one right now at Long Point. Kind of monitored as we go, if we need more, we'll get another one.
cause the 2 at Long Point are full all the time when I go by there, so, yeah,
We're on the phone constantly.
yeah.
Okay. All right, so those are the things that you can do on your emergency permit. Please come in for an after-the-fact permit on it, though. Now, emergency permits are to make your home safe, secure, and sanitary. I got an extra slide in there, and I just hit the wrong button on the, maybe we're done, okay.
The fact permits are $39 now?
That is, I do not know permit fees on those. Okay, we are locked in here.
Bill, why did the permit fees change? Because on the website it said permit fees will be waived through December 31st.
That information was incorrectly provided. That happened before I arrived here. The mayor corrected me my first day here on that. She said, hey, the commission's never voted on that. So the question of permit fees should never have been said. I apologize for it, but,
It was sure a nice effort and nice for people that were in dire circumstances.
understood.
We're also about to be talking about that issue in the workshop, man.
Good.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Okay, you know what, at this point, okay, here we go, this is going here. All right, let's see what we're doing here.
Julie just.
You just fixed it? Okay. All right, no wonder, okay.
That's okay.
We're good.
Okay. All right. Okay, and after you've had your after-the-fact permit, then we'll do your building permit to rebuild. Please get your permit issued prior to start of work. To the contractor, or if you're gonna be an owner-builder, that permit should be issued prior to start of work. Those are the ones that we're backed up on right now. Those are the ones that we're gonna get kicked out just as soon as we can get the fire hose of the safety ones done. Okay?
I'd like to just add.
Yes, sir.
It is vitally important. Effectively, every residence in the community has been affected. And you're all facing the same, so y'all have 4 feet of drywall taken out of your homes. Y'all have electrical outlets that were buried in water. Y'all have the same problems. We understand that, like, literally every home in the community is affected. What that means is we have to issue 2,600 permits, 2 per home, 1 for the restoration of safety and then 1 for the restoration of the home. That's a huge volume of work. And every single one of you needs those 2 permits. Now, in order to maintain flood insurance, we have to make sure that each one of you gets 2 permits and follows the regulations. So we have to track all of that.
Unless we knock the house down.
Yeah, and that means you have to have a permit for that.
Well, we get a permit for demo.
That's
gonna supersede.
Yeah, that can supersede.
And
sure,
Yeah.
But the point is, some folks in the community are doing work without a permit, and some folks don't intend to get a permit. I will know who those people are, because your address, you got a permit, is gonna show up on our report, and the addresses that don't show up on the report are the ones that we're gonna have to track down and pursue, and we will, because we have to. Because to save your flood insurance, I have to go for the people who are jeopardizing your flood insurance. That will happen. And I recognize that what that does is cause the building department a ton of work. But we have to do the work. We all have to. Yes.
Two questions. What about individuals that have just, I know a few people that just left. We're not gonna wait on them to decide if they're doing anything, correct? I mean, they left and I'm bookshelved, I'm sure it's fuzzy as can be inside that house.
Very possibly, yeah.
We're not waiting on them, are we?
No.
Okay.
That's gonna be a property maintenance thing, which is gonna have to be carried out through code enforcement.
Secondly, in a topic of transparency, because I have yet to get a straight and narrow answer on anything, can we know, are we halfway there, or, you just
In
mentioned
terms
the
of-
number of the safety. No, not
Okay,
this,
yeah, okay,
not
not
the
those,
substantial
okay,
damage.
the
I'm talking about
safety
the
ones,
safety ones
we are,
that's-
okay, good question, we are putting together the database on that, right now, so we can have those numbers. Quite frankly, we haven't had the personnel to build up that database. The inspectors have been out, they've been bringing the inspection reports back, they're still in the file, we're entering them. At some point, and now that the database has started, we're following through and working with them. Absolutely, it could have been more organized, but we're doing the best we can with what we got at this point.
We're asking for transparency, so
Yes.
when you do get that, you will.
Yeah,
get
oh,
it.
absolutely.
We've taken a fire aim ready approach.
Yeah.
But understand.
I've taken a sit and wait approach, but
Yeah.
see how that works.
My background is operations, organization, efficiency, that's really my wheelhouse. So I'm coming in to try to write things and get consistency in the process so that everyone's treated the same, everyone's treated fairly, everyone has the same, problem, so let's make sure we're providing an even solution for everybody. That information we're building, and we have some communication just today about an update letter that we'd like to put out. So once we get our hands around the data and understand what the numbers really are, we're gonna start publishing that.
It hasn't been an unwillingness to communicate. I've tried to put out FAQs, I've tried to publish these kind of things with the information that we've had. As information has come about, we've tried to do it. Sir, you have a question?
The status
I
of
see.
the demo permit, then, will we be able to check that online, or is that
Not
a
today.
separate database?
Not today.
Offline
The
database?
are you to demolish your house completely?
No,
Or the interior
the
demo?
restoration.
Yeah, okay, the interior demo?
I'm waiting on somebody to come by, I
Okay.
think, because I don't know if they did.
Okay,
I've been told they're gonna come tomorrow.
Okay.
But who knows?
well, see if they come tomorrow. If not, here's my card and give me a call, okay?
Okay.
All right?
I just wondered
Yeah.
if that's gonna be something we can check on, or whether we have to
We
call.
we don't have that
building
capacity
department to
yet.
find out.
So
We're
beginning
working on
Monday, we have 3 permit techs coming in. What we've done up to this point is issue a permit through the window. You come fill out an application, we accept that application, and then we hand that to our inspectors and say, get this under schedule and go inspect. We haven't had the personnel to actually put them into the system for tracking.
Okay.
So I'm doing an analog, if you will, tracking system, just to have something to work with to provide some numbers.
Mhm.
With the team coming in on Monday, now we can go back and actually start getting those, your applications don't have permit numbers assigned yet. We're gonna get those permit numbers assigned, they'll get them in the system, then they're trackable. And then we can actually produce reports out of the computer system, so it's
Well,
coming.
that contractor submitted this, to the portal.
Yeah, it's all the it's all basically the
So
same.
you have not issued any permits for actually restoring a house?
No, we have not.
And so when do you expect, and we are very fortunate
Yes.
because we are a new house by code.
Uh-huh.
So we don't have a lot of these things that we need to do, but we haven't gotten a letter. All we need to do is put drywall and,
Mm-hmm.
so we are waiting for this letter, is that correct?
And I'm waiting for the data to come to me so that I can send the letter.
And
So,
then the
yes.
contractor's already done everything.
I understand that, and our approach is going to attempt to not be punitive, but if somebody digs their heels in and decides they're gonna not play nice, you know, we will have to come back as, as a firm parent would with their children. You know, we still love you, but, you're gonna have to do this.
We're waiting for permits, we're waiting for a permit.
Yes, and I understand that, but for your neighbors,
There's a lot of people that are not.
for your neighbors who are not waiting, we will find them and we will try to help bring them back in line. And I'm not trying to stand up here and threaten. Yes, sir.
Well, you're still talking about two permits here, you know, one.
Yes, we are.
Okay. We had to take out some drywall.
Yes.
Because we did not want to get mold. She
Yes.
did have a serious problem with mold, and I'd like to keep her with me a while longer.
Yeah.
And so, are we in trouble because we took out the
No,
drywall?
no. Taking out drywall, getting your electrical fixed, getting your HVAC fixed, getting a water heater, getting your doors, windows, roof repaired so that your house can be safe, just apply for a permit after you got it done and we're good. So you're good. You are totally golden, sir.
But it's a risk. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It is a risk if you get the letter that you're substantially.
Yeah, if you spend the money to tear it out, and then you're determined to be substantially damaged, you may end up losing the funds you did to tear it out, but.
If you don't do it, you risk fire, you know, you risk your home burning and the homes next to you burning because of an electrical issue that.
Yeah.
You also risk getting crossways with your flood insurance carrier.
Yes.
Because you didn't mitigate.
Yes. Okay, anything else? Yes, sir.
So quickly, on that demo inspection form, we
Yes.
had it done and we passed it.
Uh-huh.
So just pass, fail, and that's how you enter it?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Is there,
Yeah. No, it's just noted as passed.
Okay.
That's good. We just want to make sure that it can be safe for you to be back in the house, and it's not going to be a hazard to the community. That's the only thing we're sending these inspectors out for. Anything else? Anybody got tar feathers?
It's very enlightening, and we appreciate your
Yeah.
giving us this information.
Yes.
If we, are not as fortunate as everyone else, and we need a letter and we need it quickly, what do? Can we hire an outside inspector and then get a letter if we submit that
You can
inspection
have-
to you
you
and
can-
get a letter from you?
Do you have an estimate of what it's gonna take to put your house back together? You can take that estimate and you can take the appraisal from the county and use that.
And you'll approve a permit without the letter if I do that?
I'm not talking about the permits, I'm talking about specifically substantial damage letter because I have to wait for insurance money and there's a lot of other factors. So for that letter, if I have to pay my own inspector at this point to give you data, can I get a letter from you?
I can't do the substantial, yeah, I could probably do substantial damage based on that. I'm not sure. Let me check on that and see. Supposedly, I'm getting a download. I thought I would have it before this meeting tonight. I called and said, please give me something, please give me something. And they said, yes, we will. He dispatched one of his people to try to bring some data to us. The minute I get that data, we're gonna be kicking out the letters. I'll have to give you an I don't know on that, but I'll find out. Is that, hopefully that's acceptable. That's the best I can give you at this point. I will find out though. I'll find out tomorrow. Is that good enough? Sir?
I'm just trying to get, you're trying to ask if you can get somebody else to give you a substantial damage letter instead of FEMA.
Yeah.
An inspector to come
And
out
you're
and
saying
just
that you may be able to do that?
I am not sure. Let me find out.
But the way that we would do that is get the letter off the tax website, we would know the value.
You know
We
your-
would have to stay under 49% of that.
Yes.
And we can submit that to you with a contractor.
With the contractor,
Quote.
whether I can
itemized quote.
produce a substantial damage letter from that, I'm gonna have to find out. I have a feeling that I may be able to, but I'm not sure. And I'm not gonna make up stuff here. I'm not
Yeah,
sure that I
no,
can.
but this
No,
is a
appreciate
good
that.
question, because that accelerates us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, if you're able to do that, and we come in here and give you that itemized breakdown under 49%, will you give us the permit to put our house back together?
As soon as I get done with the life safety permits, yes.
Okay.
That's always been my commitment. Let's get the people safe, sanitary, and secure, and then we jump on the other permits.
Understand, some folks have already completed their, we're calling it a demo permit. They've passed the safety inspections and have come and already applied for their rebuild permit.
So
We're
there's a
taking
line
those
already.
Taking those applications in date order,
First in, first out.
first in, first out.
Rebuild as in like itemized from a contractor, or like drywall and electrical?
Everything.
Some kind of itemization of the cost.
Restoration, restoration.
Whatever's gonna take to
From-
restore the pre-storm condition.
15 categories, there's electrical, HVAC.
And are those permits gone out?
No.
yet without
Those
the
have
letter?
not gone out.
And the town is not gonna issue those without the letter?
The town is not gonna issue those without some kind of justification. Whether or not I can do it without the letter, that's a question. I'm guessing that I may be able to.
You're the
But-
final say, right, as the floodplain manager and the building
I'm
inspector.
guessing that I may be able to, but I wanna make sure that what we're doing isn't gonna get you guys tripped up like Lee County did. I'm desperately trying to avoid that.
I think that would be.
I mean, I can make somebody happy today and have you cursing me for the rest of your life, and I don't want that to happen.
I think that's a super important question, if you could
Yes,
follow up on.
I will follow up on that
You can
tomorrow.
determine that fast tracks.
Okay, I give you my word, I will follow up on that tomorrow. I will have an answer.
Oh, I know.
Yes.
I actually wanted to address Mayor Hendrickson.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please consider, doing whatever you can to allow residents to pay for their own inspections and get this completed and to get these letters sent out? As we just have heard, we did have an aggregated and derived data that they're using for the 98% inspections that have been completed, but there's no information on the quality control process. We have no idea when we're going to get those letters back or how quickly it's going to be done. And I'm in the same boat as Erin, that I have now had to pay first, last, security, pet deposit, rent. I'm a single mom, you know? So doing that is very difficult. I don't have the privileges that a lot of other people have. I've been patient. I think I have been very patient waiting for these letters, as we all have. And we're not being difficult, we're not being combative, we're just
You're frustrated.
asking for some help. So is there any way that you can come up with a solution that we can get this process moving, rather than just waiting on a third-party company where we're not getting answers, and the people that you have hired and contracted with aren't getting the answers either? So this
I think
may
I've
be-
answered your question, though. I'm gonna dedicate my day tomorrow to getting that information so that we can answer your question.
And how will we know when you get it?
How will we know we get it? I think, well, we can put it out on the city website. Okay?
Okay, some big letters.
Okay, yeah.
Why don't you get the lady's telephone number and you can call her.
Yeah.
Happy to do that.
Okay, yeah, when you get as old as me, you gotta use big letters, so in 10, 15 years, then you'll be. Okay, anything else? Yes, sir.
In researching and being able to get that letter, will you
Yeah.
be able to ask the question, will your certification of substantial damage letter carry the same weight for your flood insurance per your
I can't answer for flood
ICC?
insurance.
I'm not asking you to
Yeah.
answer it. Will you be able to find that out in
I
research?
do
We,
not
no,
know.
no. That no town official is going to give an opinion on what will or will not be acceptable with your insurance. You need to talk to your insurance company about that.
No, I was wondering if they will be able to find out.
I'd have to call.
That's your relationship with your insurance company. Where I'm not going to have a town official say yes or no. You need to say, if the town does this, insurance company, will you accept that? And then your insurance company will tell you, and you could take it and give it to your insurance company. We're not gonna get into the middle of your relationship with your insurance company, but.
Yeah, we got insurance guy here.
Well, then for sure we're not.
Thank you for that levity, Jim. Oh, my gosh.
But in terms of his authority, it's very clear on FEMA's guidance that substantial damage determinations are made at the end of the day by the local enforcement official. So, he can, the process here, he can wait for, you get your letters. If this process is great, then you're great. If you disagree with it, then you can make an appeal. Just understand, if you all come to the building official and say, let's just forget about this process, let's just start anew and ask the building official for a substantial damage determination, you're going to create the same exact bottleneck where there's only a limited number of staff, and now the building official is going to be sitting there doing substantial damage determinations for everybody and not reviewing building permits. So there's only so much labor to go around. So legally, can he do it? Yes. At the end of the day, will it result in the most quickest way for you to get a letter? Maybe not.
And let's also not forget that if I take your data to create a substantial damage letter, and we are provided with another estimate, and they are markedly different, then when the audit comes, you know, the insurance anyway, so.
And I'm trying to keep you guys out of the trick bag, I really am.
One step at a time.
Anything else?
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Our residents needed that. Thank you. I'm going to turn it back over to our town administrator for a public works report. I'd be happy to. I'd like to welcome Mr. Pafumi, our public works supervisor, for his public works report.
Hi, everyone. I'll be brief. Just over the last couple weeks, I'm not sure if you're aware, but our 4 sewer lift stations were completely destroyed.
If you might need to have conversations, I think those out.
As I was saying, all 4 lift stations, we thought we prepared, we had generators off the island in Walsingham, came back, hooked one up, blew up, we realized they were all underwater. Like every other community on this, in this area, no parts, hard to find labor, so we were pumping until actually 2 weeks ago, where we actually stopped the sewer pumping. So we're fully operational now with all lift stations, all new panels. Hopefully we don't get any big surges in the next little bit. The debris coordination, again, as the town administrator said, the east side is pretty much done. We're focusing on the west side. There's spots here and there where there's still some debris, because as they move the sand, they're finding more debris. So that's where we're going with that. Gulf Boulevard should have been completed today. We had a little, few extra piles that were out there that we're taking care of. Hopefully tomorrow those will be completed. Water leaks are now under control. I don't know if you guys noticed, but as you're collecting debris, they're hitting the water line. So everybody's flying over trying to shut those off. The parks, we got back to try to take care of the parks obviously right now. I know talking to some people, they just want to go have lunch at the park. So we put the picnic tables in there, we've been cutting the grass. Other than Constitution Park, where we have our blown over tent, which we just finalized that contract to get that taken care of. So hopefully Constitution Park will be going relatively soon. The beach, if you see the sifters out there, they're taking the sand that was all over here, they're sifting the sand, making mounds, putting it back out there. Also the walkovers. Right now we have 2 that have been completely removed. The wood walkovers going out to the beach. Hopefully by the end of the week, those look to be completed, and they will get going on the beach. I've had some questions about the storm drains, especially on the west side. That is scheduled to start on the 25th. Again, trying to get Seminole Septic or Wind River Environmental here. When they were here for pretty much 2 months, they're gonna get out here with their vacuum trucks. They had 5, 3 of them during the storm. We're out of service, we lost it. And again, we didn't wanna get even if we could, we don't wanna have the storm drains getting vacuumed when there's still mounds of sand. We get one good storm, they're gonna get filled again. So if you have any concerns about storm drains, that's gonna start the week of the 25th. That's pretty much a brief wrap up for Public Works.
You know, Mike, I just must say this, you guys have done a great job with that. At the end of our street, I don't know how they did it, but these guys pumping out that sewage and stuff, day after day after day, I was throwing water and stuff. I couldn't stand there for 30 seconds, and your teams have been phenomenal, so thank you so much.
Yeah.
Does the commission have any comments for Public Works?
I just want to thank you guys also. I mean, you and your team were also, impacted by this. You've lost your home and you're still here helping us. And Mario and Jose also, you guys have been amazing and worked so hard. You were out there the morning after Helene giving us reports as to what was going on. And without knowing that, we all would have been a lot less fortunate. So thank you for everything.
Sorry for the noisy trucks for almost 2 months, but it was a necessary evil.
No.
Okay.
Good, silent.
We do have a workshop meeting scheduled for, that's today. We have a regular meeting scheduled for Wednesday, December 11th at 6 p.m. And at this time, we will open it up for public comments. These are items not previously discussed on the agenda. I do have some blue cards here. Jim Everett, would you like to start us off?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, I'm Jim Everett. I used to live at 17404 2nd Street East. I'm now in Treasure Island, but anyway, I'm kind of in the same boat as everyone. I'm a licensed insurance agent. I own an insurance agency in Madeira Beach. I've been on the beach for 20 years. I've lived in Madeira Beach. I've lived in Treasure Island and bought a home here in Treasure Island in 2020. I bought Dawn Wells' house on, you might have seen that in the paper. We were profiled in the Tampa Bay Times after I spent $175,000 remodeling that house. Wish I had that money back. We almost flooded like 3 different times. We employed floodgates to keep from doing so. And now we're probably going to be substantially damaged based on my evaluation of the home. I mean, it's in pretty bad shape. So we're looking at either tearing the house down and selling the lot, or tearing the house down and building a new home, which is another $400,000 to $500,000 investment. So I saw from the workshop agenda, which is good, because I know a lot of other beach communities have already eliminated lookbacks, which the attorney's already commented on, easing the permit process, which we've talked ad nauseum about, and also using the state portal, the county portal actually, to get additional resource, which you guys have started to do. I've had several conversations with State Representative Linda Cheney. She is a client of mine. She's in the process of crafting a bill with the assistance of Kevin Guthrie, who's our director of FDEM, to put a process in place for hurricanes. So when coastal communities are struck, that the resources come into play from the state much quicker. So look for that and support that bill. Linda's worked very hard on that. The one thing I did want to talk about is you've already passed on first reading an amendment to our building code 2024-05, which would restrict the enclosure of garages even in AE flood zones, which is above and beyond FEMA requirements. I think at this point in time, the city should not be looking at restricting what we can do with our homes. We've already suffered enough. And to impact the value, if I spend another $500,000 to build an elevated structure and I want to enclose a garage, as long as there are breakaway walls and flood vents, and I qualify, that's not going to hurt your flood insurance. And I can tell you, I got news for you, because I've already run.
If I could just cut you off, because
you may.
It's been researched and discovered that proposal was the idea of a building official 4 building officials ago. it carried through because he was working with a FEMA consultant on other changes that FEMA FDM want to see in the code. And so now that it's been discovered that that was not something that FEMA FDM is requiring, this commission doesn't have any interest in that. So
In pursuing that
you would
further.
never see that again.
Beautiful.
Is that true for each commissioner?
Absolutely.
That's why it was strong.
That's
That's why
absolutely.
the second reading, it was removed from the agenda.
Well, good. The one last thing I'll share with you is, for those of you that are gonna build elevated structures and think you're gonna get big reductions in flood insurance, I run the numbers on my home. If I elevate it 15 feet and build a 1,500 square foot house, my flood insurance goes up 25%.
Just happened.
I did too.
So, just so you know that, it's called FEMA Rating 2.0.
First double, we finally got it down to.
Right, it's called FEMA Rating 2.0. It's totally contrary to what we would believe. But now they consider the value of the structure as part of the computation for configuring insurance. The state of Florida is involved in a lawsuit against FEMA fighting 2.0. So our Attorney General's fighting.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Is Alan Tarberick still here?
Pardon me? You got such a roll going on.
Did you want to speak? Okay, it's been answered. Okay, Dan Fricks. And I have Loretta Fricks. I think they both have left. Okay. Are there any other public comments on items not previously discussed on the agenda? We do have a workshop immediately following this meeting. Seeing no other comments, I just want to mention we are live streaming. Does that continue or does that stop? Okay. Yes, we do want to take a comfort break for a few minutes. So we'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 8:54. Thank you.
Two pieces of candy.
That's great news.
Some of those districts allow some of them do. So all of you and your friends who are working with the best is creating land development. Wherever they figure out what district you're in, and that's how they figure out best. Some
We are live streaming, so you can watch it. Yes.
I wanted to have you. I was glad to hear him say that. I'm still in this. I can't speak for you.
Yeah. Are you gonna do they're gonna do the tour on Friday, the virtual tour? Did you get that?
Yeah, when was it though?
It's like at 11, 10 or 11. It's just new stuff. School people use that project.
How you're gonna do you want one of these? Yeah, I just grabbed one. I can find you chairs. I know. I just told Margaret, I'm like, I hope she doesn't mind.
Never answer the phone. I called them 4 times. All they wanted was a copy of the policy. I called them 4 or 5 times, yeah. Finally went online, figured it out loud. Yes. Never called me back, I still want the copy.
Yeah, apparently that's gonna be the case.
We're busy, that doesn't mean we can't call back. I get calls,
It's been almost 3 weeks.
Any agent in my office would do that. I need a copy of all that. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Sit on the towel. So hire where you live.
Yeah, can you imagine? I have this tiny little thing.
Okay, glad to help.
Just common sense. Forgot to use that.
We don't have the
Hey, leaving? What? Yeah,
But we need to find out, we need better understanding of.
yeah, please. Thank you for coming, seriously.
You gotta pour a concrete slab up.
They don't do the slab either on top, that's what I was saying. Yeah, because we might end up back up to 670 or 300.
Hey Rob, CJ Hoyt, nice to meet you. Oh, and this is my other half, Ryan Keene. So you got big shoes to fill here. I know, you'll be all right. Yeah, he's been great. I mean, in fact, I just, I'm glad Tom introduced him because he was the one without the roof. I don't know if you heard. Tornado. So we live right in Tornado Alley. 5 houses right around ours got hit with a tornado. His was one of them. Second tornado. We got a tornado in Omaha. Yeah. Yeah, 17. Yeah. Are you going to have the same number, or is that your card? Or hey. Okay, but you're going to have a different number than him? Okay, so you can email me or something, so I have it. Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to harangue you. Are you leaving? Yeah. I know, I told him, I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, it's an emergency. Yeah, I mean, isn't that what, yeah, I mean, but isn't that what they already told you or no, just now? Okay, well, and he's the new building official, so this is, yeah, okay, good. All right, good. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna see what time it is, but. Tom, there you go. Knocking Toms over.
Hey everyone, we're gonna get started here in just a moment.
Okay.
You're welcome to stay and take a seat in these comfortable chairs.
We're leaving? Okay. Thanks, guys. Hey, Pat! This variance discussion is for you, but the variance discussion is for you, but he's one of the ones who cares about the variance. Just tell him right now you care about the variance.
We're tearing out the house.
No, now you might need one. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, okay. No. Understood. See ya. Yeah?
You missed one important thing that you didn't say.
What?
Oh, look who's in the audience.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even recognize you.
She was hiding.
Is nobody's saying really? Maybe they're tired. Everybody's tired.
Including me.
Yeah, oh, I know. I've
And
been
I'm
watching
pretty- well,
you.
you ain't got a sweater.
I had to. I stole
I should run out and
at least
get my
it
jacket.
matches. This thing is always in the way. I kick my knee every single time. It's always in the way.
Move down.
I can't. What am I gonna either be on top of you or on top of her? Oh, wait, no.
I feel that air. We're right over the register too.
Everybody ready?
Put the hammer
As
out.
much as we love insurance, guys.
You are all very welcome to stay. We would love to have you. Okay. Okay. Just gonna wait for our clerk to stream. Are you good? Okay, thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Town of Redington Shores Board of Commissioners meeting. This is a workshop meeting. Today is Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. The time is 9:04 p.m. And this meeting is immediately following our regular meeting that was scheduled at 6. At this point, I'll call the meeting to order and turn it over to Clerk Carey for a roll call.
Present.
Here.
Here?
Here.
Here. And our building official. Thank you, Rob. Thank you. Okay, and we already did the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have no appearances or presentations. We'll jump right in to old business, E1 variance discussion. And I am turning it over to Mike McLaughlin, our town administrator.
Yes, ma'am. At the request of Commissioner Hoyt, the topic of variance cost is presented for discussion. Also attached to the data provided by Commissioner Hoyt as well. The last, just for historical, not hysterical. Not at the end, it may be hysterical. Just for historical info, as a reminder, we accepted the commission several months ago. The last Board of Commissioner guidance that we were given to staff was to track the next variance application so that costs could be accurately captured. And so the Board of Commissioners could decide based upon the current extent. However, we do not have one filed as of yet. I'll turn it back over to you, ma'am, for the discussion.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Hoyt.
Okay, so as you guys probably recall, I brought this up at the end of our 10/29 meeting. Was kind of hoping that we could just move forward with it, given the situation, but I understand everybody wanted to have another workshop on it. So just going through the background, our current variance cost is $1,500 for both residential and commercial. After hearing residents complain about this for years, once I got onto the commission, I decided to look into it and talk to you guys about it. By the time that happened, it was, I think, April, and we had a workshop on this before. At that time, our town staff put together a report. They reached out to 7 of the other beach communities in Pinellas, and only 1 was higher than Redington Shores. And they found in that report that we were pretty exceptionally higher than other beach communities in looking at that data. The only one higher than us at that time was Madeira Beach at 1,800. So at that time, just to refresh everybody, the commission didn't want to modify the variance cost. We didn't have a good understanding of what our costs were, like the administrator just mentioned. We were hoping that we would get a handle on that, but we didn't get any to be able to judge that. So basically now, with everything that's transpired with these storms, many of our residences and businesses are going to need to rebuild. And given the fact that both residents and businesses are struggling with financial costs and burdens due to the storms, and with people having to tear down and potentially rebuild, there are likely to be a lot more variance requests. I know some folks have been waiting on them because the cost has been so high. So I just want to go through the data here that I put together, looking at the costs. And again, I know we are giving guidance to not do what other municipalities are doing necessarily, to do things based on our costs, but that's not a benchmark that we can use right now. One thing that I did want to bring up is the history. Margaret put together a variance history here, and this is in the handout that was at the dais. On the information that I was just referring to that was done back in April, the variance cost analysis is on one side of this paper, and those were the 7 municipalities other than ours that were researched at that time. And then on the other side of that handout is the history, and when you look at that history, you can see in 2017, the cost was raised from $500, where it had been for years and years, to $1,000. The reason at that time was given that we were not covering our costs. However, in the research, in the minutes, and I have all the documentation that Margaret had done, and thank you very much, Margaret, for looking all that up. I know that was a lot of work. There was no backup data or research to verify any of that in the minutes, so don't have anything to look at there as far as cost goes. And then in 2019, the cost was raised from $1,000 to $1,500, and the reason given was that Redington Shores was lower than other municipalities. So looking again at the research, there was no research available on what had been done at the time. I actually talked to a number of the commissioners who were on the commission at the time, and I asked about this, and they confirmed that it was just a statement made, and they just took it at face value and went forward with that increase. So there was no background that we could find in the research on that either. So getting back to present day, if you look at the spreadsheets that were included in the packet, I know they were sideways there, but they pretty much show all the municipalities in Pinellas County. So after all of the extensive work that Margaret and staff did researching this before, I went and called all the other municipalities, so 25 in total, including Pinellas County Incorporated. And when you look at those, we are actually the second highest variance cost. And then the other tabs on that spreadsheet show that the population of each municipality in Pinellas County, and it shows that Redington Shores is the 4th smallest municipality. So it just is very inconsistent for us to be the 4th smallest municipality, in my opinion, and have the 2nd highest variance cost. So again, I'm making the appeal on behalf of the residents who I know who have been waiting to submit variances, and the ones who are probably going to be needing them more so now if they're having to rebuild, that we consider lowering our variance cost back down to $500. right now, because of the tragedies across businesses and commercial, I would say we do that for residential and commercial. Originally, before these storms happened, this was on the agenda, and we were going to propose doing a $500 for residential and $1,000 for commercial, because that is the model that some towns use, some municipalities use, as you can see in the research. But at this point, I think we just need to really be considerate of all the hardships that our residents and businesses are enduring, and help out with those costs in any way we can, even if we do this in a temporary fashion to be able to evaluate our costs and then make a decision after that. At least it would get people through these hardships after the storms.
Can I verify, I just want to make sure I wrote my notes correctly. In 2010, it was $500. 2017, it was $1,000. And then in 2019, the commission put it at $1,500 where it is today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have a question. I think maybe Attorney Eschenfelder could answer, but if not, I would probably have to defer to Dixon. My question is about a variance itself. So if we have a resident that was already granted a variance and they have to demolish their home and rebuild as a result of the storms, does that variance footprint stay
Yes.
with the property?
Yes.
They don't have to reapply again?
As long as it's the exact same as what they have.
Exact same
Yeah,
footprint.
they
Is
can't.
there any variation in that footprint? For example,
No. In other words, if their setback was 5 feet and they got a variance for a 1 foot encroachment, they can stay encroached 1 foot. They can't
Okay.
come to 2 foot unless they ask for a brand new variance.
okay,
Because it's a different assessment each time.
Right.
At that time, they were saying, I want to encroach 1 foot. Here's why that's okay, because it's going to limit this and that, and other people in the neighborhood. 2 feet may be a completely different ballgame. Their neighbors who said no problem before may say, oh,
Right.
not now. So it's,
Okay.
they can do what they got, but no more.
okay. I just wanted to make sure they didn't have to go through the whole process again.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
And you actually bring up a good point that you reminded me of, Lisa. Because we have had so much change over in our building department, the guidance that was given at one point, and I know I had been told this personally, was, everything is going to variance now. So there used to be more flexibility. Maybe that was back when it was 2010, maybe that was a long time ago, but everything goes to variance. And what happens is, I think you guys probably all know how variance works, but it's definitely not a guaranteed thing by any stretch. You have to go and appeal the case, and so basically people are putting out $1,500 to potentially not get anything out of it. And that's where the concern and the struggle comes in. And as you're looking at that, some towns have gone to, or some municipalities rather, have gone to different programs, and they're not even calling them variances now. I think Clearwater is one of them. I'm not looking at the
Largo,
spreadsheet
one.
now. But some of them are going to things called hardships. I'm not looking at, let me pull my spreadsheet up. Some of them are called,
Flexibility.
right, yes,
built
thank you.
into
Mhm.
flexible standard development.
And I think that sounds like Clearwater, right? Is that-
Yes.
Yeah. And it's all over the map how people, actually implement it, but the fact of the matter being that we are still the second highest, tied with one other municipality, and only one higher than us. So bringing that in line would be, I think, considerate to everything else that our residents are dealing with right now. Sorry, what?
Do we have any idea at all what our cost is?
The financial or the financial information from the past was nothing that you could discern, because the expenses and revenues weren't appropriately built to where you could track individual variance costs. And that was the whole reason, I understand, that the board wanted us to walk this, an evaluation process for the very next variance that we had. Unfortunately, we haven't had one in order to be able to study.
I would suggest what we do now, because of the times, is we drop it down to $500 and see what's going on with our cost. And if it's out of line, then we can increase it later.
From my perspective as an administrator, and I don't know if the building official, Mr. Peoples, has any comment from the building side of the house. My caution is that if we do lower it to whatever amount, variances are different, variance by variance.
Right.
And they require different work, and they require different people involved. My concern from the administrator position is fiduciary. I'm concerned that if we do lower it too much, then your tax base is gonna be subsidizing
Exactly.
the variance process that doesn't benefit them. So I don't know about the fairness in that as well. And it could also hit the town's coffers, because we're also losing that revenue that's expected along with the expenses. So my caution to the board of commission, whatever you tell us to do as staff, as long as it's legal and ethical and doesn't violate policy, we'll do. My caution on the financial side of it would be that I do not think it would be right to pass on a financial burden to the entire community for those that want variance.
Well, why are we looking at the FMA grant program then? I mean, you could say that about a lot of things that are going on in our
That's
town.
true, but we're talking about the variance.
Right, but, I mean, we need to use that same set of standards then with everything else we look at. And there are a lot of things that impact some people, and I mean, that's kind of the form, the concept of government, right? I mean, we do things as staff, we do things
We do
that.
the best for most.
Yeah, I mean, and just on the comment about the financial impact, I mean, just looking at the number of variances that were, I guess, taken in from 2019 to 2023, I mean, there's not that many that
Yeah,
were going to
they only
be.
average about 5 a year. Correct.
Right, so, I mean, if we're going to say we're not gonna subsidize anything that anyone's doing, then we need to start looking at everything we're looking at differently. And we shouldn't have spent, I mean, again, I'm just saying the FMA grant that we've been looking at is only going to help a very few handful of people as we know it. And it, as we've researched, puts our town in a big liability and at a big expense. We've been evaluating consultants. We've been doing a lot of things. So if we're gonna use that measure, then we haven't been using that measure with other things.
Can I ask a couple of things? So on average, we've had 4.6 variances cases. 2024, we have not had one variance case, correct?
Right.
Not one. Is my understanding correct that the cost incurred by a variance are from the professionals of a magistrate, potentially a planner? Any other costs that we incur?
Well, you have a lot of internal staff, possibly other specialists. It depends what's involved in the variance request.
Okay.
You could look at engineering, you could look at legal, there's a number of things.
Okay.
And commercial, from what I understand too, from talking to the building officials in the past, commercial also has its own very expensive involvement in the variance process as well.
And I think that, I don't have a background in community development, so my thought on variances is that, maybe we've only had an average of 4.6 because of the cost. However, I'm also very sensitive to making sure that if we are charged funds for a magistrate, a planner, whatever our internal costs are, legal, engineer, that I'm okay with subsidizing, but not paying for the whole thing. I think when a homeowner has a pony in the race for something they want, and there's a monetary value attached to it, they're gonna take that request seriously. If our variance costs were too low, then we're gonna get a ton of variances. I think there's, I'm okay with the discussion of talking about it. I'm okay, Commissioner Hoyt, you mentioned temporary, a temporary period of time for us to reevaluate it. I would be more, if the commission chooses to do something, my position is somewhere in the middle of 515, and maybe that's 1,000. I mean, I'm willing to look at it at 1,000. I'm willing to look at it temporarily. I don't know if we want to go 18 months to give enough time to see if what has hit our community is going to drive variances or not. But those are my thoughts on it. I'm open for whatever other thoughts there are.
So in my, pardon my ignorance on variances in this degree, it sounds like every variance could potentially have a different cost? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, if I could just really quick walk the commission through. So, and this is, at least since I've taken over as town attorney, I guess, just looking at this chart, I've been through at least 5. So the process starts with the application coming through the door. Since I've been here, and of course it's frustrating because I've had to work with new building official after new building official, and I will again, but.
We're frustrated.
As he already knows, because I was emailing these two last night, when a variance request comes in, the very first stop that it makes is staff has to look at it, and it has to compare it to what our code says the 5 factors or 6 factors are. And because sometimes staff has to go back to the applicant and say, you didn't complete this. Or because I want it is not, that's not going to go anywhere. So there's that process that goes. Once the application is deemed complete, the building official then has to do a written staff report where the building official goes through and takes those factors and says, I'm applying, and in doing that, he doesn't just look at what the applicant is saying about their property. He's got to then go back, for some of these factors, what happened in the past is relevant. So he's going to have to go back and search in this neighborhood, who else has gotten a variance? And what has that been for? Or has anybody gotten a variance? Because that can be applicable too. So one of the factors is, can I make reasonable use of this property? Well, if everybody else in the neighborhood is making reasonable use of the property on the footprint they've been allotted, why do you need to encroach 4 foot into the setback? So, and those are all going to go in his staff report. Once the staff report is done, then the clerk schedules a special magistrate hearing. And so the magistrate, of course, is a compensated person. I argue the case in front of the magistrate alongside the building official because it's quasi-judicial proceeding, and then the applicant is on the other side. So it is true that some variances are going to be pretty darn minor, and my involvement's going to be pretty nil, like an air-conditioned setback kind of thing, a couple, half a foot or whatever. But that's, in my experience since taking over, the variances haven't been that dinky. They've been significant requests of the town. And so I think it's when you say $500, I just keep all that in mind. Again, it's totally y'all's choice, and it will be a subsidization, to the extent that the cost went over. I do think the administrator knows that moving forward, he needs to try to maybe account for these things differently. And I know in past commissions, they've asked me to bill certain things, like one of the things is the building department. So sometimes when you get invoices, if I do building department work, that's a separate invoice because the prior commission wanted to know how much is the building department costing us in terms of legal. Fine, it's just not anything to me, it's just a different line item. I could do the same thing for variances, and we already know what the magistrate costs because we get an invoice. I don't think the building official keeps time in that way, but it could probably be. He can, yeah. So we can quantify it moving forward. So, if y'all do grant a relief, just understand that that's the process. And so there are costs that are incurred, staff costs and outside costs.
So, I guess my question or my thought is going, so, it's
you can't have one person that comes in and say they involve a lot of stuff and then just prorate them something as opposed to someone who comes in and just has barely anything? I mean, does it have to be one number for everybody?
That was Mike's original idea, which was a good one.
Right.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
so the problem that comes in is that the person is going, well, there are two problems. The first problem is you're looking at giving that person an invoice after the fact. If they get denied, they're just not gonna pay you because they didn't get any value. Even if they're approved, they may not pay you. The other thing that happens though is then the person says, 4 hours for the building official to do a staff report? That's insane. I'm not, and so then you get into this circle of argument of how much did it really take. So that's why just setting a flat fee and saying, on average, how much does this take is how the communities do it. You don't see communities doing a model of, we're gonna charge you by the hour for those reasons.
Thank you. Well, I'm all for the idea of certainly a temporary deal to see how that works out. I mean, to offer some kind of help, you know?
Yeah, we're not
Potential help.
talking about like 4 for, what, a year? It's nothing, you know.
I read somewhere 18 months was suggested, but I mean,
Yeah, he's saying 4 variances.
Oh, yeah, but-
A lot. is what
Oh,
he meant.
4.6
I'm pretty sure.
was the-
Right, yeah, we're spending, a lot of time and it's only, we may not get another variance for another 6 months.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, and honestly, the people who have been complaining to me about this, I think some of them, their homes are destroyed, so they might not even be here anymore, so
So-
I don't know.
I think if I could make a suggestion to you, because it ties into your budget, is that you do it through the end of this fiscal year. It just came into this fiscal year, so it's almost a year. And then hopefully by then we get some variances, so we can get some actual data for you guys to take a look at. And then your motion would just be at the end of the fiscal year, when the administrator comes forward with his budget, build in, show us what that data has been, show us what the cost is, and then we'll make a decision of keep this going, raise it back up, lower it more. But at least you have lowered it for now, you start collecting the data, and then you revisit it when you adopt your next year's budget.
I go for that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'd be willing to go to 1,000, but I think 500 is too low.
I agree.
I mean, we just approved a contract for the building official. We have magistrate costs regardless. And
Well, and I think, sorry.
outsourced costs are expensive, and I just think $500 is probably
It's gonna go
3
quickly.
hours of
Yeah.
professional work.
Well, and being a small town, I understand logically it may be the opposite, but I think because we're so small, those hours that our staff is working are that much more valuable because other towns, other, municipalities have a larger staff for that to fall on.
So then there'll only be 2 higher than us.
So what, are we looking at 1,000, dropping 500?
Yeah, it would be equal to Bel Air Bluffs.
And we'll, just like he said, we'll look at it next time and maybe we can drop it down some more.
So do we have to do a separate resolution for this?
Yeah, and you can't do anything now anyway, because you're in a
Right.
workshop, so
Right.
I'll bring back a resolution that lowers the variance fee to $1,000. That will be good through 9/30/25, with language that the administrator will report the data that he's collected, and then you all can make a decision to continue that or make some other change.
Okay.
Sound good?
I'm okay with that. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
You okay? Vice Mayor, anything else?
Yeah. I was just looking at
Can I move on, or did you? Okay, everybody get on E1. Oh, shoot, sorry. Do we need public comment on this?
Yes?
Sorry, public, let me open up public comment for item E1 on variance discussion.
750.
Are there any other public comments on variance? Come on up to the,
Brian Keene, 247 176 Terrace Drive East. Back to the discussion of the fee. If we are as high as as it seems we are, based on the data that's been gathered from the other towns, I don't think the other towns are in a. If they're are they in a money losing situation? Is that what they're trying to do? Probably don't think so. I would imagine some of the larger entities have probably studied this in more depth than we have. I know there's the point of Commissioner Chu's about the inverseness with our size and things like that, but it still seems like we could probably manage just starting out the gate lower and not be. I mean, we spent a lot of money just from the meetings I've been sitting in that you've been looking for, like this grant administrator and different things like that. That we've spent a lot of money on stuff like that, where we could easily drop this down to either 500 or 750 and not be suffering. It's not going to break the budget. So my just plea is that we kind of keep it either 500 or 750.
thank you. Any other public comments?
I was, a matter of fact, I just had my calculator over because I'm terrible with math in my head, but and I just divided by 2, and I would have to say I think 750 is not, not going to break the bank to find out. At least it's halfway from where we are now, and it's still higher than a lot of these other, places. Now, here's a question I do have. So we still calculate hours and stuff like that of how much time goes into a variance, correct? Even if it's a flat fee. You still, I think when all is said and done, you look back and say, okay, this is how much time has been invested in it. So,
Right, if it's ran correctly, you should document everybody's time that's done by no
right.
less than 4 hours.
So if a variance that is not very hands-on and involved in time, what about some kind of refund of the difference?
Does that work? No?
I didn't think we could do.
I don't know, I'm just throwing that out.
I think it's all applies to the agreement to meet cost model.
Okay.
Is going to be a conflict.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, what threw me is I'm looking at some of these other charts and I keep seeing non-refundable, but I'm not seeing them with other municipalities, so I was just wondering.
I think everybody'd be happy with 750
Yeah.
as a trial.
I believe, it's 50%. I think that's, I agree.
So 750?
Yep.
All right.
Okay, moving on to item F1, look back period and 50% rule discussion. Turning it over to Mike McLaughlin, our town administrator.
Yes, ma'am. At the request of Commissioner Hoyt, topic of the town of Redington Shores look back period and 50%, or in our case 49% rule, is set as an agenda item. In researching this topic for discussion, I coordinated with Attorney Eschenfelder, and the attached supporting documentation was included for your consideration. From a staff perspective, much like the fiduciary concerns that I have expressed from the last topic, I think we definitely want to have careful consideration should be extended so that resulting decisions do not adversely affect our CRS score nor jeopardize the town's participation in the NFIP. Aside from that, I have no other comment.
Commissioner Hoyt, did you want to?
Honestly, I had to laugh when I opened up this agenda pack and I saw that everything on this workshop agenda was attributed to me. Like, I didn't realize that. I have had so many people asking questions, more than I can count. I have 100 new residents' phone numbers in my phone just from this post-storm activity and people asking me, and the question is about the 50% rule. So I just can't imagine that this is my topic at this point. Maybe before this was my topic, as everybody knows from my newsletter article, but I don't think this is my topic right now. And I don't think that this is probably the best forum to have this discussion, because we have just a handful of residents in the audience, and I did hear a lot of people saying that they were here for the 50% rule discussion, which, to your point, 49%. So I don't know if we want to have that now, but I mean, I did put together some research, and I'm not sure how many people have been following what's going on, but numerous municipalities have walked back their look back right now. Madeira Beach is voting tonight on a second reading in a special meeting to change their look back from 1 year to no look back. I heard Bel Air Beach is now considering going from 5 years to no look back. St. Pete Beach, who has been at 5 years, just changed theirs to 1 year their last meeting. And that is on top of this report that I have from Pinellas County. I got this from the planning department with Pinellas County, and there are 11 municipalities in Pinellas County, including the total 25 with Pinellas County unincorporated, that all have no look back. Right now, I think that the conversations I'm having with other elected officials is that they are doing this for their residents. Their residents did improvements that they had no idea they were gonna end up in this situation, and now they are not able to, that counts towards the 50%. So Rob, just to clarify what you said earlier, so any improvements that anybody did in the last year, that will count towards their 50%, the 49% cumulative
No, not
threshold.
under substantial damage. The code's definition of substantial damage does not include the 1 year look back. The 1 year look back only applies in Redington Shores to substantial improvements.
So it has nothing to do with whether
50%
storm
rule still
hardening?
does, the 49% rule still does, but the look back does not. So when the building official looks at, I was destroyed in the hurricane, or I was damaged in the hurricane, what that building official is gonna look at is, what was the value of your property before it was damaged? What's it gonna cost to fix it? He's not gonna look at what else you may have done in the past. If you came in 4 months ago and said, I'm thinking of putting in a new kitchen or something that looks like you're remodeling, then he's gonna say, what else have you been doing? Because FEMA's rules say we don't want people to divide up what is essentially one project into multiple projects as a way to escape the 50% rule
Right,
for
which they
substantial
consider phasing,
improvement.
right.
But for substantial damage, look back is not a thing in Redington Shores.
So this brings up an even more important discussion surrounding this topic, which is that this subject is so complicated and so confusing and complex that the experts in our industry and in our area aren't even communicating this correctly. And I think, Bill, you were.
I've been corrected and I.
No, you were communicating it to the best of your knowledge and what you thought. We have, other information that we've gotten from experts that is completely different, and it's different than our code. So this is so complicated that it's too hard for our residents to understand what's going on with it. And that is we're not good stewards, in my opinion, when we make things so complex that people can't understand it and it just makes them angry, which is what was happening in here earlier. And people got frustrated and just left, but they were here to talk about this topic. So I don't know, it's an important topic to the community, immensely important topic to the community. It's so important that other municipalities have taken the measures in the last few weeks to make changes to their code. So, that's why it's on the agenda for both topics.
Question, so if I put a new kitchen in January of '74, does that count for my 49%?
1974? No.
Excuse me. 2024, okay.
If you
Some of
were
us weren't born
damaged
then.
in the hurricane, they're not gonna look at the new kitchen you put in. They're gonna look at was the value of your home before it was damaged? What's it gonna cost to build it back to what it was before it was damaged? And they're not gonna look at and we're gonna take away the value of the kitchen, it's just not relevant in a
Okay.
damage assessment.
Well, that's good, I like that, okay. How about if a guy bought?
Well, you should, because you voted to adopt that code back.
How about if a
In
guy?
1974.
1974, yeah.
No, but it was in
How about if a guy
2019, right?
buys
That was when
hurricane
it
windows,
was.
but they don't get in time for the storm, and they're sitting in his house?
So again, it is.
There's a case.
What is the condition of your home immediately before it was damaged? If those windows weren't installed, then you
Okay,
can't count that.
Okay, all right.
So, my thought, one thing that I'm hearing from residents, and not just in Redington Shores, but on the whole Barrier Island, is a constant a plea for, why can't there be consistency amongst the Barrier Islands?
Absolutely.
And I see, all these towns making, their home rule choices and decisions. And when I think about that, I look to the county and I say, okay, what perimeters does the county have? And how can all of us as Barrier Island communities follow suit to create the consistency using the county as our leader, right? So the first thing I did is I went and I looked at the county stuff. What's the county threshold and look back?
Pinellas County is 49% and 1 year.
So that's the exact same thing that we are right now.
Right.
And then I'm also learning through our attorney, and our building officials, more than I ever wanted to know about building development. I know that residents want consistency. I also have another concern. I'm concerned not only for Redington Shores if we make any changes, but all these other Barrier Islands that are making changes in the midst of this hurricane. What's gonna happen to their NFIP and what is going to be the outcome of their FEMA audit in the end? So I empathize with making things easier. I think for our professionals who know the code and understand the code and can communicate the code clearly, as long as our residents know the rules, that's all they want to know, so they can navigate through.
Yeah, but they don't. I mean, it's
and I
too
think-
confusing for even the experts to be able to explain, and I have a whole
is.
email thread of that. And then just to address your consistency, so there are only 4.
Let me just wrap up and then
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
turn
no,
it back
that's
over to
okay,
you.
yep.
So just to wrap up, I am for leaving it the way it is, and I'll just stop there for those reasons.
So for consistency, there are only 4 municipalities at 49%. And one is Pinellas County, and the other is Oldsmar, us, and Safety Harbor. Those are the only ones that are at 49%. So we are definitely not consistent with that, that's for sure.
But we can be a leader. What about?
I don't think people want 49% over 50% when the whole FEMA rule is 50% rule. So we have to explain to people why it's 49%. I mean, I've got a whole email thread on that too that's been going back and forth with the resident and with the experts. So,
Yeah.
I mean.
That's my question. Why is it 49 when I'm reading this right here that, FEMA says 50%?
Right,
So
so ours was changed in ordinance 19-04, and it was moved to 49%, and for CRS points is how it's been explained to me.
That was in 1974.
Yep, 1974, Tom.
Where that number came from.
Vice Mayor, just to follow up on your question, so when a city or a county chooses to participate in the NFIP, it must agree at base to follow FEMA's rules. And FEMA's rules is 50%. It then has that extra CRS program of, if you want a discount, let them dangle this out here, you gotta do more. Show us how you're gonna do more. So some people do the look back period, some people do other things, to their physical barriers or whatever. and some people do lower the 50% to 49 or whatever. So the decision was made before any of us were sitting up here in 2019 that must have gotten us CRS points to say to go from 50 to 49. But, you know, it should be understood. I looked for it. I could find no case law or anything, and I can't get anybody from FEMA or FDM to give me a straight, clear answer. But a lot of people are rushing to change their 50% or 49% to 50% or whatever. It's questionable whether you could apply that retroactively anyway.
Yeah.
Because FEMA takes the position, you contracted with us for us to sell insurance. Because remember, that's what's going on in the NFIP, is federal government becomes an insurance agent, so to speak, and is selling our residents insurance for a rate. And that rate is based upon what we've contractually agreed to put and keep in our code. So if we change our code, FEMA may well come and say, that's great for the future, but these claims that are here now, you can't go back in time because the rates that we assess are based upon that. I haven't seen them sue anybody over that, but that could be the position they take.
And this is part of the problem, is that since 2.0, Flood 2.0 came out, there is no way to tell what the discount is. I mean, again, in my newsletter article, you could see the $15 discount, and lots of people have that same tiny little discount on their flood premium policy that is not explained anywhere as to how much discount we're getting for all of this stuff that we're doing. So, I mean, there's a lot of questions from residents on this. Obviously, people got tired and they aren't here now to ask these questions. And honestly, this came up long before this meeting and long before a lot of people were around here. And we've been battling this at the town level for a long time. So in 2019, it went to 5 years. That's what the look back was. And then it was changed in 2021 back to 1 year. And thankfully, because the residents were up in arms about the 5-year look back. So there's a long history here with this, and frankly, you know, now it's a completely different story. I mean, this was on the agenda and had been moved multiple times, and that was long before we had these tragedies happen. So, you know, it's a whole different situation now, honestly. You're just tired, aren't you?
I'm tired.
I know. It's okay. It's okay, Tom.
I'm hungry.
I know.
I'm hungry.
I'm hungry, tired.
I need a cocktail.
Yeah, we even need that.
Oh, no, not in my house.
I mean, I don't want to keep bringing this up, so I feel we need to hash this out and see where the commission wants to go with it and move forward, because we can table it, but we're just keep
Well, we
bringing
haven't
it
really
back
brought
up.
it, well, we haven't. I mean, the last time this was brought up, and I know exactly when it was in February before the last commission exited. And Mary Beth brought it to the commission at the time in a workshop, and that was 2.5 years ago. And there were things that were supposed to be done then, and research that was supposed to be done, and it wasn't done. So this has not been discussed
There's
since
nothing
then.
we can do now because we need to research, just like he said about the
Right.
insurance. That insurance may go up too high to worry about that 1%.
The 1%?
Their flood insurance, if we take it up to 50, next time we have a flood, it'll be 50%, but our insurance will be higher.
I'm not following you.
If
But
you lose the points.
You lose a point.
Points,
Yeah.
our discount percentage goes down, everybody's premiums.
Exactly.
right, and they're going up anyway. I mean,
Well, yeah, but we don't want them to go up no more.
yeah.
I just want to be, I'm of the opinion we stay consistent with the county, and if the county changes something, we'll revisit it. That's my thought on it. That's my thought on it.
Okay.
But I'd like to open it up for public comment, and if the commission's okay with that. Yeah. Open it up for public comment on this topic, look back period and 50% discussion.
Ryan Keane again, 247176. because there's so much, and I know we've got an interpretation, legal interpretation of this that we feel fairly confident in, I would implore you guys to put this out in writing on your website, saying this is what our policy is, and put it out. Again, if you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, I think the way this thing goes, you don't understand it, and nobody else is going to understand it. And I'm actually saying do that, and I dare you to see what FEMA comes back and says. If they come back and blast you about, whether or not this stuff you've done is gonna, because we've heard it. I heard it in meetings. I was listening to some of the Treasure Island, I think it was, which was actually at the Serato, where FEMA was actually talking, and they maybe even said the same thing here in this meeting, that's going to count against you, things that you did in the past. And I know we're saying it doesn't, but that's what I'm saying. Put it out there, make them, bite you before you decide to go one way or another or back off of this completely. Just because I think it's too important, and it's been too ambiguous, and there's not a lot of clarity around it. So I think just before we shut it down,
Thank you.
put that out there. Thank you.
Derek, 117-424. Ms. Hutchinson said you wanted to be a leader, but it sounds like you're being a follower by doing exactly what Pinellas County's doing, or the county's doing, and not what we're doing. You said you wanted to help the people, but you're not helping us, your people here. I don't care what Madeira Beach is doing, that you want to be with them. I don't want to be the leader if it's going to hurt us. Me, the other people here in this room. If we reduce it to 50 cents and it helps 50% and it helps us, your constituents here in this town, not Madeira Beach, Indian Rocks, or the county, let's do it. Be the leader that way. It may not help us now, like Robert said, but it may help us in the future. And if it doesn't, and they come back and they sue us, then you fall back and say, hey, I tried. At least you looked and appeared to be a leader at that point in time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Okay, back to the commission. Closing public comment, back to the commission for direction.
Table for future. There's nothing we can do tonight about it. 'Cause I would like to know, she says it's a point, what's a point mean in money,
Well, so we were just looking at.
Yeah, come on up. Kim Carr's in the audience.
Go get it.
No, Kim Har, 166, 174th, I don't know what my
You don't
address
live
is,
there
right?
anymore.
No, we were I was just calculating out the number, just to kind of get in my mind what we're talking about between 49 and 50. So if you were talking about $400,000 dwelling limit, 50% is 200,000, 49% is 196. So we're talking about $4,000 there. I was just doing the calculation in terms of what value on our estimate would it need to be, what kind of an impact is that 1%? We're talking like on a $400,000 for $4,000. So it's not that percentage number, like when you break it down per house, is not necessarily always going to be the contributing factor of one or another, just because you're talking about so many things that go into what that number is. But when you're talking about the cumulative of the discount from, everyone on that, it can be big. Everybody gets that CRS discount. Condo associations that have $80,000 of a premium get that CRS percentage discount. We're talking a lot of money that's a credit for them. So when you talk about taking that CRS credit down, it affects everybody from a percentage basis. So just keeping all that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that.
But just to clarify, we don't know that doing anything like this would change our CRS rating. I mean, we would need to do a study to know that.
I disagree with that.
It would change our CRS points.
Absolutely.
We just
We
don't know
we have
what
a
the impact would be.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily change our rating. I mean, we would have to do a study and research.
Well, we got two insurance
look into
people out
that.
there. Would it change our ratings?
It's going to have an impact on that
But we have a bucket, we have more play with our recent, with our recent report that we got on CRS. We have some play in there, so we just don't know that we would lose a whole percentage or a whole, rather, CRS rating by any stretch.
So then that's the question, what would we lose? How much?
And that's a way bigger, we don't have the answer to that right
Right.
now.
So, I mean, for me, I can't even have an opinion on this without that kind of data.
Right, yeah. No, agreed, right.
Okay.
And I think that FEMA owes us some answers, because Flood 2.0, I think you and I, Kim, had a conversation about this. They haven't done a good job of explaining where the discounts come. I see a $15 discount, and that's just not much, so.
It is true that not all of the deck pages show the CRS discount like they used to, in terms of what shows on the deck page. Some do, some don't.
Yeah, so, maybe something will change with changes from 2.0, but we'll have to see, I guess.
Where are we going?
We're going home.
Yeah.
Let's go.
This is, I think we've bled things to death here.
Okay, no further comments? All right, moving on to our last topic, which is
We
building
could sit and talk about it all night.
F2, turning it over to Administrator McLaughlin.
Thank you, ma'am. At the request of Commissioner Boyd, as well as through several inquiries from other community citizens, the topic of building permit fees is added as an agenda item. Attached for your reference is a copy of the town's permit fee calculation schedule, with the additional note that the town's ordinances reflect a fee 5 times the cost of work for work conducted without a permit. Also, these fees are arrived at by the voted formulas and changed from project to project based upon associated costs. While the FY 2024-25 budgeted revenue for building and inspection was estimated at $329,210, this figure did not, of course, consider revenue or expenses associated with recovery from 2 major hurricanes that impacted the town within a very short time. Additional factors to be considered, including the associated costs, actually to strike that first part of the sentence. If you'll continue on, though, an additional concern too is that our sister town, as far as our building department goes, being the town of Redington Beach, at least at the time of this publication, had not waived their permitting fees at all. So the question before you tonight is the decision about waiving permitting fees in general, given the impact of the two stores.
Now, understanding that we are using Safe Built, they have an hourly fee. They are not waiving their fee. We still have to pay them.
Yes.
We're not waiving anything. We would just be transferring the burden of something somewhere else. It's a financial trade-off. And I want to be sensitive to the fact that our residents are going through hell right now. And I'm also sensitive to the fact if one of our residents has a hardship, I want to do what we can, but we also have to be financially responsible as well. Our building department funds are not a profit generation, and we legally can't have a profit in our building department funds. I look at you to make sure that none of that happens.
Especially not now.
Well, you want to be consistent with Pinellas County. Pinellas County is waiving their building fees right now.
Yeah, so let me talk about that, because Pinellas County has a budgeted staff that they've already budgeted for to pay their salaries. St. Pete Beach has a budgeted staff that they are paying their salaries for. They don't have the outsourcing that we do, and we just need to make sure whatever decisions we make, what the unintended consequences are, because I don't want to sit up here and have to raise the millage rate next year for everybody in town because we waived a huge, I don't want to say revenue generator because that's not what it is, but we waived a huge fee to cover our services. So I'm very, very concerned about that. I'm open discussion on hardship waivers. We also need to think about what the Pinellas County Property Appraiser is offering to residents who file the application to defer their taxes for 2025. That is going to impact us. What also is going to impact us is if we have home demolitions and the lots are vacant for who knows how long. We need to think about that. I just think we really need to think carefully. We all want to do a good thing. We all want to take care of our residents. However, I have a hard time knowing the big picture of things and waiving permit fees for $1 million house or a $2 million house or whatever the case may be. But I'm open to discuss hardships and what those might look like. And we also have to just be cautious of the bigger picture because I don't want to raise the millage rate.
And I think what exacerbates the situation is that it was put out there that our fees were waived. And
I
that's
agree.
unfortunate. And that was done before you. Thank you for falling on that sword earlier, Bill. You didn't need to do that, but we appreciate that. But that is, that's made it really hard on residents. And they screenshot it and they have it and they show it to, other people. And it's made some, it's a sensitive subject. So, and I want to have a discussion about it. I certainly am not sitting here saying we should waive our building fees, but I have heard enough things along with the, the 50% discussion that people have been having about building permit fees. That would be, right up there with it. So we would be remiss to not evaluate this and think about this on behalf of our residents because it's so important to them right now.
Mike, would you happen to have a ballpark of what permit fees basically grossed for us, made basically last year?
I could research and get that info out.
Right.
I have it here with me right now, I do have some financial figures about what we're having to front on this storm recovery.
Yeah, can you share that with us?
Yeah, so invoices to date, we're at $773,691.29 that we're having to, that we fronted so far. That includes, breaking it down to simplest stuff like sandbags, equipment repair, Wind River Environmental for the constant sewer pumping that we had to do in order to keep this town from becoming a hazard mess until the lift stations were repaired and back online. And then also the first month's fees for Roston Solutions for the debris monitoring. So 773, almost $775,000 right now so far that we're covered for. We are going to be looking at soft numbers for what I'm estimating. Another 1.8. I'm saying $1,835,505 is what we can also be looking at. So, aggregates, we're going to have to be looking at, and that includes, just so you know, we haven't received a single invoice from the Phillips and Jordan debris hauler yet. We'll have a round of drain jetting for the town's stormwater system. We're going to have multiple more rounds of street sweeping. We're going to have sewer manhole rehabs for some arborist work. We're having to replace the shade structure at Constitution Park. And then at least another round of, partial round of Rawson Solutions modeling. So that's, that right there jumps us up to, like I said, 1.8 and some change. So right now, total is, we're looking at roughly $2,609,196.29 that we're gonna have to front. We'll get this back, but that's gonna be time consuming, and you're talking months, and in some cases years. So.
Oh,
That was
if you're
my
talking
question.
reimbursement, it's
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
And we don't get 100% reimbursement, correct?
Well, for the vast majority, for everything residential, we got 100% for the
Okay.
first 90 days.
First 90, okay.
For commercial, FEMA did come off a little bit on that side of the case, and they gave us a single pass through the commercial district.
Okay.
What we've been able to do though, and we've saved the town a tremendous amount of money, is that we did the National Guard, or the state missions for the sand removal on the west side of the town that was, is ton, they're still working on that, tons.
Mhm.
Near, probably another week or so, but it was tons of debris. However, we got those services at no cost to the town. So all this sand removal, now we're still having to pay the monitoring for it because FEMA requires that. But we were blessed on the labor, for the majority of the work being conducted on the west side of the town, coming to us through a mill. So that saved us a tremendous amount of money on the Phillips and Jordan side of the invoice, which we haven't even had the first. So we're looking at about, conservatively, 2.6 and some change. We're gonna have to grow.
And that's conservative, okay. You know, I totally agree with what you said about the messaging that went out without the commission's approval. And I know that the residents are struggling and they're frustrated, and, you know, I put a lot of thought into what can we do as a town to try to help ease all of this and get these folks back in their house as quickly as possible. And what I'm about to share kind of goes hand in hand with the building department's ability to do things. I think our technology in the building department is a hindrance, only allowing for commercial contractors to do permitting online and not allowing for residents to do permitting online. That's our town technology, and it's awful, based on an outsider looking in. I've never used it. So what I'm about to throw some things out at you, and what I'd like the building department to consider is discussion with the town administrator and discussion with the commission as to whether or not these ideas might be feasible with the technology that Safe Built offers, that you use, that you're used to. I have used Safe Built software before in other jurisdictions, so I know it's user-friendly and very intuitive, and likely can either meet or compete with what we have, I don't know. But there's a concept called auto issue permits, and it allows for not only commercial but residential residents to request permitting online. And if the permits meet the criteria for auto issue, if they're things that cover the safe, secure, and sanitary, windows, doors, mechanical change out, demos, standalone plumbing, you know, the water heater, or the irrigation, or the re-roof, you know, those kinds of things. If we have the technology to make our services more efficient through auto issue permits, that does two things. Makes us feel a little bit better about the time and resources going into the permit process to then consider discussion of permit fees. But then it also just makes the damn town look a whole lot better because we're being more efficient using wiser technology. So I'd like to throw that out there. We also talked a little bit tonight, Bill, you touched on this with our communication. And I've shared some things with the town administrator and with the building department on our need for better communication. Sensitive to the fact we're all learning, we're navigating through this, we're doing what we can, the lack of resources, but now's the time to take a breath and really gung-ho. I think we're on good ground. You showed the numbers tonight, 98% of inspections completed for residential.
May I interrupt for just a second?
Please do, yes.
After the other session, you noticed that I walked out for a minute or two. I just got 38 houses in Redington Shores. I just got spreadsheet with 38,
Okay,
so it started.
It's beginning.
Yeah.
great. Now,
And we shouldn't be so excited about getting
Well,
people's
it's
homes
a start.
substantially damaged though, because
Yeah.
these are people's homes
Yeah,
that are becoming substantially damaged and they're going to be torn down. Okay,
But
let's
it's
just keep
I'm
that.
excited that we have.
so we're making progress.
Yeah, so.
And, you know, now's the time to really be thinking about what resources do we have available to us to make things more efficient so we can get these auto permits done and the technology. We had a resident tonight talk about the numbers. You know, I sent an email earlier today or this week or whenever. Listen, we need to do this. We did this great messaging for debris. Debris is done. We're finished. We need to do this great messaging for building department now. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm really going to hold the staff in the building department accountable for leading us through this next phase. I think once the information starts coming through, we'll get to it. But, you know, it's hard for us as a commission to sit up here and be posed with waiving permit fees when you know, we're faced with all that we're faced with too. I just think we need to be smart and wise fiduciaries of our taxpayer dollars, because we're just gonna shift the money and it's gotta come from somewhere, somehow. Whether it's our reserves, whether it's increased millage, whether, you know, who knows what.
And honestly, I did not even know that this was going to be on the agenda. I asked if it was going to be and if the research had been done. So, you know, I don't, in fact, when the message was sent out, building permit fees weren't even on that. So, I don't know. I think we can, like you said, look at this and look at the fiduciary aspect of it, look at the resident aspect of it, and make the best decision.
Any other thoughts? Okay, can I open it up to public comment, Tom, before you leave?
No.
I do need to offer the opportunity for public comment on this. Anybody would like to speak? Yeah, this is for new business item F2, building permit fees. Anybody has any comment? Okay, I see no comment. We have a regular meeting Wednesday, December 11th at 6 p.m. Seeing nothing else, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 10:12.